Discovery, go at throttle up.
EJ in his rocket chair, blasting Kerbals through the air. Space tape, duct tape, pull it tight. Orbital mechanics all night. Wrench in hand, he'll fix a ride. 1995, finish pride. Rust and balls, car reborn. Screaming engines greet the moon. Orbit King, he's on the screen. Polka beats the punk machine. Welding dreams and cosmic streams. EJ's flying through the sea. Vacuum suits and space news chatter. Satellite, they climb the ladder. Black hole, Morse gold, and solar flare. He's the captain of these cosmic affairs. Restoration streams at dawn, turning trash to treasure strong. A hubcap here, a piston there. He's the Twitch King with the space age flair. Jebediah, don't you cry. EJ's here to touch the sky. From Kerbin's orbit to deep space flight. He'll build it wrong, but he'll get it right. We'll get it right. Don't get a wait. Steel spine screaming at the sky. Heat and fury burning high.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Enjoy this KSP shuttle pic.
Sonic retro propulsion, firefight, fire in the skies, combustion through plasma storms and blackout seas. Gravity chains snap with engines roar like ancient beasts. Flames consume but never feast. Metal wings slice the void apart. A funeral pyre, a rocket's heart. Does the air terror, does it yield? What's the cost of the battlefield? Sonic retro propulsion, firefights, fire in the skies, combustion, plasma storms and blackout seas. Gravity chains snap with red rivers, burning trails, echoes scream where silence fails. Ashes rain, the sky won't care, but we keep climbing on nowhere.
Well, good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. How are you? How are you? Oh, man. Part 5. How the heck are we going to stack this damn orbiter? How are we going to do that? How's that going to work? That's going to suck. Yeah, just realized that. That's not going to be fun. It's also Moon Week. Hopefully. Yeah, the Artemis 2 crew is out at KSC. I have not caught the press conferences. I had to spend a lot of time this weekend fixing things because I have a feeling that my time is going to get monopolized over the next couple of days with space stuff. And you know what? I ain't complaining. I'm good. You good? I'm good.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You're terrible, Tessa. You got a bad dose of the flu. And you chose to watch F1? Why do you hate yourself? What's wrong with you? What are you, nuts? Well, what are you, nuts? Really? Is there something happening? I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. Elfish, what's up, man? 80-month resub. Swear, I just got the worm logo the other day. Yeah, it was like 2 days ago. You didn't have the flu then, so Formula One gave you the flu. Yeah, it is pretty bad. Yeah, I didn't have time to watch it, dude. Didn't have time. Here's a screenshot of the future monopolization of your time. Oh my goodness. Dude, we're gonna be busy. Holy crap. The L-3 presser didn't have anything new. Didn't they talk to the crew yesterday? They talked to the crew in quarantine yesterday. 80% go for weather on Wednesday. Will you be doing anything for NSF or A2? Yes. I do believe I'm in the countdown to launch stream, but I will get back to you on that. So, yeah, I did nothing.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I did nothing but get chores done around the house and, yeah. Did nothing but get chores done around the house. I did take the 97 and the 59 and the Mustang out of hibernation, though. That's good. I got the cars all running. They all run. They run fine. I restaked the tent for the 59. I summarized, I guess. Not summarized. The snowblowers, I drained them all of fuel and put stable in it. And then ran them till nothing was in there. And I still put stable in because I'm paranoid. And put them away. Hopefully, I do not need them again. You have no idea how excited you are for a fully stacked shuttle. Yes. Yeah, but the Bierman crash was not good. Only a matter of time. Yeah, there's, yeah, Formula One's a steaming pile of trash, Tessa. Bierman's crash should be a wake-up call. But Formula One doesn't care. As long as there's good racing on the track. They're trying to make Formula One NASCAR, which just... you know, it's very interesting, dude, because... You know, you asked me 5 years ago, I would have told you I want action on the track. I want more action on the track. No. I don't want more action on the track. I want more competition. You know, and that I'm man enough to say that, yeah, wanting more action on the track was not the right call. I want more competition. So I don't necessarily want to see cars racing against each other. They don't necessarily have to race each other, but I want to see the fastest. I want to see who has the best management, the best strategy, and the best reliability. You know what I mean? I'd rather see that than whatever this heap of dog poop is. Yeah, I'm man enough to admit that I was wrong there. Hey, G Rockets became a flight controller. Thank you. One Timberborn. Oh, dude, that's on my list of things to do. Hey, Flagon. Hello. That reminds me, I need to send you a carb kit. Oh, yeah, if you want to,
Discovery,
sure.
go at throttle up.
Is Mercedes just too good? It's interesting, QW, because I said this when Mercedes was winning with Lewis and Valtteri, like, a little while back. Why would you stop? No, I do not want Mercedes to get regulated against in order for another team to beat them, which is ultimately what happened. I do not want that. I want people to compete with Mercedes, but they won't. They'll just complain about it, which sucks. Oh, nice, Bob. Yeah, there you go. A 6265, 70-month resub. Thank you. And then Dr. Death had a 61-monther in there, too. Thank you very much, guys. So, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with F1. Like, you know, you go back 5-10 years ago, you asked me on stream, I would have said I want more action on the track. No. I would rather have 90s F1 where everybody's going fast, balls to the wall, and it's not necessarily about the action on the track, but who can drive the car and the track the best over the course of the race. I would rather have that. I've seen the alternative here, and this sucks. It's terrible. It's a garbage product, and I'm not going to support it. Yeah. And for what it's worth, I like Formula One, but I'm not supporting this. I'm not watching the race. I'm literally going to do anything else with my Sunday, like make sure the tent doesn't blow over. I restaked the tent. I passivated out my snow blowers. I got my lawnmower running. I started cleaning up my yard because there's sticks and branches still everywhere. Got all the cars running. Yeah. I've been saying it's garbage for about 5 years now. Yeah, Jim, it got worse. It's pretty bad, dude. I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, Rarest. I want cars screaming at top of their lungs performance, and I want competition. I don't want action on the track. That's what I thought I wanted, but that's not true. Yeah, that's not it, man. Yeah, I want competition. I want it to be competitive. Competitive regulations in this particular case means making the rules a lot simpler, but we wouldn't do that. How long until they bring in the blue shell? Yeah, they're literally turning Formula One into Mario Kart, and that's just gross. Yeah, that's gross. I don't like that at all. Ordon, you successfully did a rear brake job on your car this weekend. Rust everywhere. Yep. Yeah, I know all about that. We ever had a 40, 60 mile an hour closing speed. Yeah, I know. It sucks. I don't know what else you want me to say. It's poo-poo. EJ hates Mario Kart, confirmed. All right, anyway. I don't want to talk about Formula One. It's going to put me in a bad mood. Let's talk about this. Put ourselves in a good mood. So, here, actually, let me pause the music and let me do a quick recap if you guys didn't see what we did last time we played KSP. So, we ended up doing an all-up test here with part 5, and here, let me bring this up here. All right, let's see. All right, here. I'm going to get over here. We're going to get double EJ. What does it mean? Not that they were making that much of a difference. All right. Actually, it's kind of triple EJ. 10, 9, Actually, that was my replay of the test. Hold on. We don't want to replay. And replay sends all the following shots to the same location. Singular EJ. There we go. Or double EJ, triple EJ.
7. Go for main engine start.
All right, so watch.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got a lift off.
So look at that. That's not bad, right? So is countdown to launch also going to show the NASA presser at 5 p.m. Eastern? I have no idea. I will, though.
For max Q.
So guys, this thing was working. It worked pretty good. It worked for the most part well. We made it all the way into orbit. However, this something about the Kerbal, the way that Kerbal does struts is not happy here. Yeah. But it is working, and it's working really
Match
well.
Q. Vehicle supersonic.
And we got all the way... Watch. That wasn't the best separation, but it worked.
We got a good separation. 103 converge.
103 converge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aiming for precise targeted space for main engine cutoff.
Yes. Very nice. So I launched with a kind of
Discovery,
uncrewed
going throttle up.
version of the shuttle, like kind of a Shuttle C prototype thingamajigger, just because I didn't want to launch with an orbiter. Yeah, there you go. Shuttle C cannon to space, that's right. But it made it. It made it all the way. The separation sequence looked good, and we separated off of the pad correctly. It's pretty good, dude. I'm pretty happy with what we saw. The only thing I'm like kind of about is just how finicky the whole thing is. I'm thinking we might be able to overcome this with some auto struts.
Start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got a lift off.
Looked good though. Everything looked good. The sequence, the ignition sequence was great, actually. Hey Chris, what's going on? Why does it look top heavy when it's in flight? Is that just KSP? It's the balance is all thrown off because I don't have a full orbiter here.
4, 3, 2, 1. We got a lift off.
Yeah, baby. Roll program.
Okay. Everything's looking good here. Throttling down the main engines.
Yeah, see, the back of the orbiter likes to really move around. Nice twang, impressive. Very nice. Yeah. Hi, Dio, Oxygen, how are you? Chris, you're living life. Great chilled weekend now on PTO until Thursday. Something happened Wednesday, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what you mean. Everything's good, Chris. Everything's good, man. Has anyone heard from Wartoz? Well, I haven't streamed since the whole dish soap incident with him, X-Wing, but yeah, I'll keep an eye out for him today, dude. Does NASA have an Artemis 2 timeline that is easy to follow? I'm trying to find something to share with your family. It's around, yeah. I'd have to go find it. Don't worry about it, Blanken. You guys don't. Don't worry about it. Nothing to do with us.
We got to lift off.
Yeah. You can hear how nervous I actually am. We gotta lift off. I'm like, please stay together. Please don't explode on me. But yeah. Impressed the amount of control you have over that ungainly thing. I'd have lost it during the roll. I was very, very careful with it, Terminator. I was flying with the joystick. Because the last couple of test flights I flew with the keyboard and I was moving the SRB gimbals around, and that's what caused it to come apart. So Shuttle C is nice and crewless, but why wingless? More mass for payload. The twang maneuver and everything looked great. Yeah. Yeah, everything looked real good. Everything looked very nice. And so it's just about checking stuff. Too bad about the engines. Well, the Shuttle C was actually a... Here, I'll show you. Shuttle C was actually a concept. They never did it. And now I can kind of see why. Oh. Here, let me show you. Yeah, they ended up never doing it. What was the reason? I think they said it was probably too expensive to yeet RS-25s if I had to guess, but yeah, that you put away the snowblower in March. Really tempting fate with that one. I think I should be okay. Probably going to eat those words, but it's all right. It's really important. We may go back to the moon this week. Yahoo! Let's go. Repost because I can't spell. It's all right. X-Wing, you and Mrs. X-Wing saw Project Hail Mary last night. Let's just say you were right. I told you it's a good movie. I told you, hype aside, it's a great flick. No spoilers. Nobody. Don't say anything. Don't say nothing. It's important that people... Yeah, hold on one second. It's important that people see that thing cold turkey. Why does it do that? Why does it do that, man? Whatever. Pretty sure it's static related. Yeah, I just don't know why it wouldn't have happened previously, but whatever. It's all good. Humidity change? I don't know, man. I don't know. But, I, for one, welcome our new Windows USB Disconnect sound co-host. Dude, it's so annoying. I have the system sound shut completely off, and I get it, people. You can rebind it. I don't want it rebound. I want it shut off. And somebody's going to say, oh, just bind it to nothing. It's like, I shouldn't have to do that much work just to get the thing to work correctly. How about it just works correctly? No, can't do that. Honestly, it's a bit of a novelty how you get irritated by it. Nice. So, yeah, that's where we left off, guys. So, for what it's worth, I this is a stack that I built essentially outside of the VAB. There is a couple of things we're still going to need to figure out with this, but yeah, for the most part, man, this is working as intended, which is pretty cool. Well, one thing that we're really going to have to figure out is the external tank. The external tank docking port. We got to make sure that all works right, but yeah, exactly, Rares. That's kind of where I'm at. Off should just mean off. It's like the fact that it doesn't mean off is really funny to me. And before, just switch to Linux. Yeah, I know. People suggest that unironically sometimes. I think you should switch to Linux. Yep. Anyway. So that's where we're at. There is some stuff that we do need to figure out. But I'm not going to say it might be high time to build the crane for this thing, but it might be high time to build the damn crane for it. How you feeling about Wednesday? So for Artemis, I'm feeling nothing. Nothing. Which is... I know that sounds weird, but that's not exactly what I mean. I'm confident in this mission. I think that NASA's got their bases covered. I will say I'm still kind of about that heat shield, but you know, I'm pretty confident with this mission. They better get it right. Let me put it that way. But I think it's more important to understand that, like, guys, Apollo, people don't... I've studied a lot of historical context for the Apollo program, and people, I'm not going to say that people didn't care until Apollo 8, but like after Apollo 7 is really where people started to get invested in it. And I think that post-flight is really where it will start to pick up. Yeah, post-flight is really where it's going to start to pick up. These types of missions, and keep in mind, from a primary account, from me, just me, I have the shuttle missions as reference, and every single shuttle mission was a treat. Every single one of them felt like this. Like this. Pretty good. Right? Pretty good. And you don't really understand the gravity of these missions until retrospect. And I spent a lot of the weekend kind of thinking about this, Chris. I'll be excited when they're home. When Jeremy Reed, Christina, and Victor are back on terra firma. That's when I'll be happy. Wait, why are they going to the moon again? Or are they doing a moon base? Well, this is a shakedown cruise, Cope, for their capsule. It's a shakedown cruise for the capsule. It's actually not going to land on the moon so much as fly around it. It's going to do what's called a flyby in orbital mechanics. Apollo did a very similar thing, only because the spaceflight architecture was a little different. They actually circularized and captured the moon and stayed in orbit for 3 orbits and then came home. This one is just going to go around and come back. It, like I said, it's a shakedown flight. But it is the first time that humans have been out of low Earth orbit since 1972, which is really good news and also a travesty at the same time. So yeah, like I wouldn't say excited, but I'm not like bored by any means, Chris. I really think that this is one of those missions that history is going to judge. And the profound impacts of this, one way or the other, are going to only really be known after the mission. Did I see that a Starlink sat popped? Yes, I did. Yeah, so am I excited? No. I mean a little, but I'm not like, these types of missions, yeah. I see a lot of content creators and stuff, and I'm saying this preemptively, guys, just because I know that this is going to happen. I see a lot of content creators posting about how it's an absolute travesty that the public doesn't know about this, etc., etc. When the mission's done, they will. When the mission's done, they will, because that's how it was during Apollo. Keep in mind, I only have secondary sources because I was not alive then. I talked to my folks about it. My parents are both interested in the space program. And I asked, like, it really seems like the public really didn't care until, like, at least Apollo 7. I mean, there was the Gemini missions, which were great, right? But Apollo 7 and Apollo 8 in the late 1960s are really what kicked the whole thing off. Beltfed, the majority of public are stupid. Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily healthy to be cynical like that. I think people will understand what's going on. I just think that they'll understand after. And yeah, I'm not excited. I'm not really nervous. I'm just like, okay, let's lock in. Let's do this. Let's do it, man. Let's do it. Let's get it done. Let's show the world that we can do this. I think that's kind of where I'm at. I'm kind of calm and collected, and I'll be happy when they're back down on Earth after they launch, Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, game face. Exactly. I'm in game face mode, so I'm not really thinking about that. Like, not that I have any bearing on whether this mission is going to do well or not. Certainly have my trepidations about the heat shield. This is the first time they're going to be testing the heat shield with people on board, and they did do an uncrewed test of it in 2022, and it didn't work. So yeah, true, because if this fails, then space exploration is going to be set back for a while. That's why I have my game face on, man. That's why I have my game face, because I don't believe in concern trolling or casting bad, judgment. Not bad judgment. Like, that's not the right way to say it. I don't believe in, I guess the kids would say, I don't believe in bad vibes before a mission. I don't believe in doing that. I think that doesn't help anybody. And I think people saying, like, I have my reservations about the heat shield, but I'm not going to be like, this is terrible. What are you doing? I'm like, okay, let's do this. Let's do it right and let's make sure, I don't believe in bad vibes during a launch, especially when people are on board. Don't do that. Yeah, Victor, when they splash down, is when I'm gonna break out the cigars and freaking champagne, Yeah, game face. We can't screw this up. Cannot screw this up. This has to go right. Sam Adams Space Beer. I have my inspiration for beer in my fridge. Is it super freaking old at this point? Yes, I don't care. It's beer that's flown to space and back, so. Hey, SVO, Tier 3, 37-month resub. So yeah, Chris, I'm not, Artemis 3 Reddit has a redesigned heat shield. to prevent the charring and the spalling. So yeah, I don't think it's a big deal. Hippie Joe, you were 10 years old when Neil Armstrong walked on the moon. I was watching carefully during Apollo 7 and 8. Yep. Mm-hmm. Chris, I've started playing Kerbal on Xbox. I keep having issues with separation before launch on KSP. All right, so why are you looking for me for help? You already have identified the problem, Chris. Now fix it. The vehicle's doing something you don't want it to do, so fix it. That's the whole point of this game. Use your brain and figure it out. You'll be cracking an elderflower soda. Good, 3LRD. Yeah, good stuff, man. I'm really excited. Artemis 4 and 5. A2 and A4 are cool, but landing on the moon is going to be... A2 and A3 are cool, but landing on the moon is going to be a cool day. Yes, yeah. Well, I mean, Trey, it's going to be nothing but game face here on out. Phantom, what's that? It's non-alcoholic beer. I get, man. I think this is because my first real human launch to the moon. I wasn't a twinkle in my dad's eye, so I'm a bit excited. Yeah. No, it feels, guys, like, if you're wondering why, like, Chris B, me, Sawyer, Phil Sloss, why we look after the shuttle with such reverence, you know, it's because every shuttle launch felt like this. It was something very special. You only need to be like spaceflight adjacent to understand how cool some of this stuff is. And flying the shuttle was cool. It was cool. It felt like this, but this is even crazier. So like, I remember watching shuttle launches. I remember the risk involved. And I remember you were like, okay, especially in the wake of Columbia, no foam coming off, right? Like, this has to go right. It has to go right. We got to get it right. You know, it's like kind of that times two, but I'm not nervous either. Like you got to work within the confines of physics. You know, I don't consider physics to be detrimental. It is a rule set that's inalienable, and you can use that to your advantage. You know, like a good analogy would be like a plumb bob. You know, if you want to measure something plumb, right, you have a string with a weight on the end, you can get a good datum with gravity because you know gravity is not going to change. That's what I mean about working within the confines of physics. I used to fear working within that confine because there's not something that you take into account. But the reality of the situation is that it's physics. They don't change. Physics doesn't change. You can work with it. You can work with it. And you can use those rules like a plumb bob. You can use those rules to your advantage. So, yeah. Am I going to go to the launch farm? I'm going to stay local, and I hate that I'm going to stay local, but I'm going to stay local. So, yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Squishton. You're flying down to Orlando and heading to the Cape tomorrow. Super hyped to witness history. I hope this is the one, dude. I hope they fly. I hope they fly, dude. I really do. Hope they fly safe. Yeah, Blark. I'm, like I said, I have my trepidations about it, but I will tell you this, you know, and once again, this is the foresight that I can be absolutely sure of. No matter how this mission goes, people will know. The public will understand what's going on. Yeah, you'll get people that are saying, this is a waste of money, why are we doing this? Those, don't worry about it. The vast majority of people, in, at least in my country, will appreciate what this is and appreciate what we're doing. Like I said, history will be the one to judge this mission. And guys, if I'm going to be absolutely candid, I am actually just paraphrasing what the mission directors and flight directors said during the press conferences during Apollo, because it's the truth. That's exactly what Gene Kranz said. That's exactly what Chris Kraft said in the pressers leading up to Apollo 7 and Apollo 8. History will be the judge. We can't say what the impact of this mission is. Hopefully there's no physical impacts, right? We wouldn't want that. But that's the truth. History will be the judge here. So we'll see. So if people are worried about like, oh, there's not enough content creators telling people about it, don't worry. When they're up in space and we get pictures from the far side of the moon, or we get pictures of Jeremy, Reed, Christine, and Victor on orbit, and we get footage of the launch and stuff, people will start getting into it. We will see a whole new crop of spaceflight fans pop in. It'll happen. I'm calling it right now. I could say, dude, this is 2 days before it launches. This VOD is from March 30th, 2026. Just watch. Just watch. It'll be different. And what I'm really hoping, dudes, is that people will see the worthwhileness of NASA doing their own thing, agnostic of commercial contractors. That's really what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping for people seeing the long-term viability of needing a vehicle like SLS. And I know people don't like that. I get it. I understand. But I'm not just saying that because I like SLS. Like, if I had my way and NASA could build any in-house rocket, they'd be building another Saturn V. You know what I mean? Just the viability of NASA having an in-house vehicle, I think, is very, very important. I hope people will turn this into another political wine fest. I hope people won't or will, Carol. You got to understand that that will undoubtedly happen. People will turn this into some type of political hackery because they always do in this day and age. But understand that people that wouldn't like spaceflight are probably going to end up whining about Artemis 2, saying it's too expensive, blah, 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 blah. That's still press. Good. You're talking about the space program. You can say whatever you want, but these people are going to, it will inevitably happen. People are going to be like, no, this is stupid. And the press will give those people a microphone. It will happen. And guess what, dude?
This is space. I'm in space.
That's just more people. That's just more people that are going to end up being exposed to the space program one way or the other. Any press is good press in this day and age. I hate saying that, and I really wish it wasn't that way, but that's the truth. Hey, Older Buffalo, give this up to Josh Casey. There you go.
This is space. I'm in space.
Oh, Carol, don't worry about it. I understood what you said. Yeah, remember... Hey, Nova gifted a sub to Orion and gifted a sub to Carol.
This is space. I'm in space.
Guess what? If these people start whining about it, the space program is going to live rent free in their heads, and that's all they're going to talk about for the next 3 months. That's good. That's good for us. Once again, I'm saying this on March 30th, 2026, before this mission even happens. I will tell you that this is how this is going to go down. But it is what it is. I'm just in it because I love spaceflight. I do this for the love of the game. Is Orange Man going down there? I don't know, Cryolox, but see, here's the thing. I remain kind of indifferent to the president on stream because it's not my place to tell you whether you should or shouldn't like that guy. You should form your own opinions. I will tell you this, same deal, same thing. I'm being purely pragmatic here. If he shows up, that's more eyes on the space program, baby. You could say whatever the hell you want. He showed up for DM2, and DM2 was one of the most watched missions around. You can hate him. That's cool. Not going to judge. I think it is important for me to not give my opinions about him or not. I try to stay professional here. As best as professional as I possibly can. Everyone knows. Sorry. But him showing up, that's more eyes on the space program. That's more eyes on the space program. That's more people getting involved with the space program. That's more people being exposed to the space program and showing how it's worthwhile. It's not a bad thing, man. I'd say that about any president going there. That was a pretty good impression. Thank you very much. I practice a lot looking at myself in the mirror all day. Everyone knows. President is currently in Palm Beach, so he is with it. Yeah, he'll show up. And that's a good thing, dudes. And once again, I'm not saying that to gain favor with one person or another. I don't give a frick who it is. If any president showed up, that's a good thing, man. You know, Spiro Agnew showed up for Apollo 13. Whatever. Whatever, dude. That's good. That's more eyes on the space program. You need to do those inhales. He does. I don't pay it too much mind, Pigzig. I just like doing impressions. Presidential support for the space program is good. Yes. Yes, that's good. You kind of want your head of state interested. Duh. That's the point that I'm trying to get at, Dons. Yep. Spiro who? Spiro Agnew. He was an advisor to Richard Nixon. Like a big time advisor to Richard Nixon. I forget his job title. I'm sorry. I'm not going to lie to you. I do. I don't remember. I wasn't there. It's just history. He was the vice president. Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, was he a vice president? I forget if he was a vice president. I thought Gerald Ford was the vice president, but yeah, there you go. Mr. Agnew. Sorry, I don't do impressions. My field is in psychology. Airplane 2. Ford was VP after Spiro Agnew. Yeah, that's right. I wasn't sure and I didn't want to guess because getting that wrong would have been kind of deflated the sales of what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean? Was that you, Zoidberg? Oh, yes. Young lady, bring me the sandwich from the dumpster. And leave the maggots on it. Whoop, 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 whoop. All right, so we made our little Shuttle C rip-off thingamajigger, and we proved the concept here. Basically, guys, in Part 5, we showed that this can be done. It can be done. It's a little bit of a complicated thing, but it can be done.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Tonight on Top Gear, EJ points at SLS. Geek Nation wears a hat. And Ernick delivers some corn.
How's the weather look for launch? We're at 80% go, Carol. 80% go on the weather. Hey, Logan, what's going on? Agnew resigned because of tax evasion. That's right, he did. I'm sorry, that's kind of funny, dude. There's irony in that statement somewhere. That's kind of funny, actually. No taxes on the moon, let's go! Oh, dear. Your university's doing a massive school-wide watch party. Cool. All right. Let's get to this. I'm not. So the big task today is that we proved out that we can make this work. There are some pretty big steps that we have to get over here. One of them is getting the shuttle attached to this. That is going to be not an easy thing to do. Did you see the CAS space footage of their Falcon Heavy like rocket launching? Yeah. Yeah, that's neat. What are we doing? Troy, you are making it very, very difficult to stay professional here. We're putting we're gonna build the shuttle stack here. That's what I'm trying to do.
This is space. I'm in space.
So, guys, what I've described, like, if you haven't been keeping up with this project, what I'm trying to do. All right, take a look. So, just a brief synopsis, brief history lesson that I will probably end up talking way too much about because I love this. I think it's super cool. Okay, the Space Shuttle program. Everybody knew the shuttle. First flew on 1981. First flew April 12th, 1981. Last flight was July 8th, 2011. Flew for about 30 years. Great program. Only launched from 39A and 39B. It gave us some ridiculously awesome photos like this, like this. You know, 2 MLPs, 2 shuttles on board, and some crazy melon farmer parking his GNX. I'm willing to bet that the guy that drives that car is the one that took this picture, because G-body with 2 space shuttles is peak 1980s, and I love this picture. It turns out this picture was taken in the early 90s, but doesn't matter. The early 90s might as well be considered the late 80s. Yeah, there you go. I said it. Your stream is like 3 minutes behind. Sorry. Oh, no, Troy, don't worry about it. I was just making a joke, dude. All good. I'm telling you what we're doing. That Falcon Heavy-like rocket can deliver a gigantic 12 tons to orbit. That's nice. Very impressive. So, not a lot of people know that there was another shuttle launch pad. But there is another. There was another shuttle launch pad that the Air Force made at Vandenberg Air Force. Well, at the time it was Vandenberg Air Force Base. Now it's Vandenberg Space Force Base. There was another shuttle pad. And it did end up having a shuttle on it, just not a real shuttle. Now, in the 1980s, the Space Shuttle was seen, in the early 80s, in the late 70s, early 80s, it was seen as the end-all, be-all. This thing was going to replace expendable launch vehicles. Titan, we don't need no Titan. We don't need no Atlas. We don't need none of that. The white tank looks best, yeah. Hey, make 130-month resub. Quitos. Eve aumenta. Terve. So, the Air Force, because it was going to be seen as something to replace every other launch vehicle, the Air Force was looking to get in on this project. The Department of Defense famously did have input into the shuttle's design. That's why the shuttle's payload bay ended up being 15 by 45 feet, conveniently just the size of a spy satellite and its payload dispenser. I'm sure there's no coincidence there. I'm sure there's no coincidence that the Hubble Space Telescope just magically fits inside of the shuttle payload bay. We won't read too much into that, but connect the dots, right? So, I want to build a shuttle launch pad in Kerbal. That's what I want to do. I want to make one. But as cool as this is, this might be a little bit out of the scope of KSP. Building a crawler transporter, mobile launcher, etc., etc. Could I do it? Yeah. We could probably figure it out. Yeah. That would be an ungodly amount of parts. But could I make that? Yeah. Well, especially now that I've proven out that you can put the stack together and get it to work relatively nicely. Now, hear me out. Double shuttle launch would have gone so hard. Phantom, I got just the picture for you. It's one of my all-time favorite pictures from the Space Shuttle program. It's called the SCS-400 photo. It is one of the hardest pictures from the shuttle program by a long shot. Look at this. Let me get it teed up. Check that picture out here. Let me go to the other side so you can see it. Look at that picture, man. This is the future that I wanted to be a part of, man. This is great. The STS-400 contingency was basically for very dangerous shuttle flights, have another shuttle stack ready to go just in case. Have another shuttle ready to go just in case. You never know. Better to be safe than sorry. Honestly, that's something they should have done from the beginning of the program. Just my 2 cents, but whatever. Do we know which orbiter those are? Atlantis and Endeavour. I'm pretty sure it's Atlantis and Endeavour. Yeah, it says it right there. Atlantis and Endeavour. So this is for the Hubble servicing mission, STS-125. This shuttle stack would end up doing a ISS assembly mission. Yeah, and a rainbow. There's a rainbow in this picture, yeah. So, yeah, double shuttles. So, here's the thing. Could I do that? Yes, I could probably get this done. The thing is that it would be so many freaking parts, it probably wouldn't be worth the time. I want to be able to rapidly reuse my shuttle because that was the point of the shuttle program, rapid reuse, as best as you can, right? Now, I don't have to worry about industrial supply chains. I can just conjure another external tank out of midair. And SRBs. But the real goal of this project, and Troy, I'm telling you this because you asked. The real goal of this project is to reuse my orbiters. That's where the shuttle really was supposed to thrive. Reusing the vehicle, the orbiting vehicle, the OV. So, you know, Columbia, Challenger, Discovery, Atlantis, and Endeavour. That was the whole idea. Reuse those. And the SRBs too, if you can. Right? So, what I'm trying to build... Where's the picture? Ah, there it is. What I'm trying to build is this. The Air Force's shuttle launch system. The Air Force built a pad, Slick 6, out at Vandenberg Space Force. Well, it was Air Force Base at the time, but Vandenberg Space Force Base, because they wanted the shuttle to launch spy satellites, right? Now, Vandenberg Space Force Base, I don't know if you guys know, it didn't have a Complex 39. So the shuttle out at the Cape, it reused the Saturn V's architecture. It reused the Saturn V launch pads. I just showed you pictures of them on the old Saturn V launch pads. There you go, right? But at Vandenberg, they didn't have anything like that. So Vandenberg was the only ground-up shuttle pad that was built specifically for the space shuttle. It was built for the shuttle and nothing else. It was a purpose-built shuttle pad rather than being retrofitted Apollo hardware. And what they built was very, 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 very good pad. It basically got around a lot of the bottlenecks of the shuttle program. Shuttle program utilized the mobile launchers. The mobile launchers, as we know from Artemis 2, they take a second to get out to the pad. Right? And then you had, out at the pads, they had the rotating service structures here to load out payloads on the pad, etc., etc. See this whole structure right here? This whole structure moves on a kingpin. The kingpin is right here, and that whole thing rotates around, and this piece hugs the shuttle's payload base so they can install payloads. It is a little bit of a contrived system, right? Vandenberg is supposed to overcome that. That's what the whole idea was, to overcome the bottlenecks so you could actually rapidly reuse the vehicle. So Vandenberg, instead of making the shuttles roll to the pad, they made the assembly buildings roll to the pad. That's something you can get away with. They couldn't do that in Florida for, well, the biggest reason is because it's from the Apollo era. They wanted to reuse the VAB because why wouldn't you, right? So they had to build pad integration facilities on the launch pads, right? You had to build all this stuff out. And fun fact, they made the fixed service structures out of retrofitted Saturn V architecture. This tower right here, fun fact, that tower is still there. That's what SpaceX was using to load crew into Falcon 9. This is a Falcon 9 launch pad. And SLS is, the 39B over there is an SLS launch pad. Artemis 2, the Artemis 2 stack is sitting right where that shuttle is, in the exact same spot, for what it's worth. Fun fact, the SLS is up here somewhere. The top of SLS is up there. So, a little bit of a comparison between shuttle and SLS stacks. Right. So, actually, another fun fact, the kingpin structure is still there at 39A. It's still there. They just got rid of the rest of the rotating service structure, but the fixed service structure and the kingpin still there. SpaceX never got rid of it. There's no need to get rid of it. So what I'm trying to do is build out Vandenberg, because I'm gonna be able to integrate stuff a little bit faster than you would at 39, emulating 39A and B. Vandenberg, they built the shuttle right on the pad, and they had its payload integration. Oh, hello. Hey, Enterprise, how you doing? And they had its payload integration structure called the payload changeout room actually roll to the pad so they could do what's called parallel processing operations. You could install payload while you're getting the stack ready to go. The whole idea was designed to optimize everything. Also, shout out to the UH-1 up there. Actually, that's not a Vietnam era UH-1. That's a newer one. And I say newer because in 1985 that's newer. But you get the idea. So the Air Force built out a whole shuttle launch complex on the West Coast to the tune of $2 billion in 1985 money. And it was a great pad, really, really good, really could work with very consolidated shuttle integration. There's the pad right now. That's an old picture of it, right? The payloads were manufactured and built right on site, and they could roll it right to the pad. Shuttle stack got built right on the pad. Integration buildings could move back and forth, right? It's a purpose-built shuttle launch facility. And the Air Force built it out. They built it out. They did fit checks, which is just a picture. I'll take pictures that go hard for 500, Alex. Alex is still alive in my mind. Be quiet. Yes, I watch Jeopardy. Does that surprise you? Shouldn't. So, the Air Force even went so far as getting fitment checks done with Enterprise on the pad with inerted SRBs and a real external tank in late 1985. They were doing pad deluge tests, and if you've been following Starship, you know good and well that pad deluge tests are pretty much your pad's good to go when you're testing the water systems on it. This pad was, for all intents and purposes, 99% done. Then Challenger happened, and the Air Force decided it would be safer to go back to building expendable launch vehicles to move their spy satellites, and then promptly abandoned the entire launch complex. The brand new 99% of the way completed launch complex. I'll take fuel exhaust for 1,000, please. Just watching you earn the tag. What do you mean, earn the tag, Lobo? Yes, they built a fully functioning 100% operable shuttle launch pad and then abandoned it because it was quote-unquote too dangerous. Which is, dumb. Yeah. That doesn't strike you as dumb? We're family. We're going to be doing a lot of dumb stuff together. Wait until Christmas. Yeah. So, I want to build that because I think in Kerbal, that's going to be a lot easier to make than the entirety of Complex 39. There's the PCR. That is a clean room right there. It's a clean room on railroad tracks. See the railroad wheels over there? And they would install the payload from the assembly facility in here, spy satellite, and you could service the payload in here while they're building the stack and then move it to the stack and install the shuttle while they were still checking out the vehicle. Much more of a consolidated architecture, much smarter. You could see that in this payload changeout room, the doors are open right now, but there is a door here, and you can see they made space for it. That's why there's that post right there. The outer doors of the payload changeout room actually bolt to the shuttle's payload bay doors, and then they could open up the shuttle's payload bay doors into this clean room environment. Yeah, big deal. That way you could put the satellite in the shuttle's payload bay and you never have to worry about contamination. because the outer door of this attaches to the shuttle's payload bay doors. On the rotating service structure, you can actually see the latches for the payload bay doors. 1, 2, 3, 4. You can see the latching system. Fun fact, the payload bay doors had an attachment bracket if you needed to put a vertically integrated payload on the shuttle. That's why this thing right here, if you look, the shuttle still has its attachment brackets. Those are the brackets to reinforce and open up the doors when the shuttle's down on the ground. Of course, up in space, you don't need any reinforcement there. It's just in microgravity. You can just open the doors, which is what they did. See, notice how the STS-400 one, the rescue shuttle, doesn't have them. Because that's the rescue shuttle. It doesn't need the equipment installed to service the Hubble Space Telescope. Atlantis did in this picture, though. And that's what that rotating service structure does. Now, when they were done installing the payload, when they went to undo these brackets, they would just leave them. You just leave them on the RSS, the rotating service structure, or you just use a crane to take them off. See how much of a pain in the butt that actually is? If you're rolling the stack out from the VAB, that makes no sense. Vandenberg is a much more consolidated, much smarter idea. Now, if you're wondering about history, what happened to Slick 6 at Vandenberg? It was used for Athena rockets in the 90s, and then Delta IV took over. They rekitted it for Delta IV, and United Launch Alliance operated the pad basically from the early 2000s all the way into the 2020s.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
L-44, I do believe, was the last mission out of there. But that wasn't without them basically destroying the shuttle's flame trench right there, filling it in completely with concrete, and yeah, retooling, getting rid of a lot of the shuttle equipment and hardware, which kind of sucks, but it is what it is. Bucket! What's up, man? 40-month resub. Finally have some time, and I'm catching up on your KSP career mode playthrough from a while ago. I'm like 5 months late, but it's a great time. Thanks, Kate. I'm glad you like it. Did the military abandon the shuttle because it was grounded for a while post-Challenger, or had they lost confidence in the whole thing as a reliable vehicle? Combination of two things, Older Buffalo. The first one was that don't put all your eggs in one basket. If they realized that if there was a problem with the shuttle, you're screwed. You can't launch spy satellites into space. That's why the Air Force and now the Space Force to this day wants 2 launch vehicles, always, for launching Department of Defense payloads. Right now, it's Vulcan and Falcon 9. It's mostly Falcon 9 because let's just say that Vulcan is having some problems, and an observation. Yeah, since the late 80s, they've wanted redundant dissimilar architecture, so that never happens. I remember having conversations with people about this, Older Buffalo, like 10 years ago, people saying like, oh, SpaceX should just launch all the DoD payloads. SpaceX should just launch all the DoD payloads because ULA sucks, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, guys, the Air Force is never going to go with one provider. Know your history. They're never going to go with one provider. That's never happening because of Challenger. And also, Buffalo, I love the shuttle. I love Slick 6. It would have been great to see people launch from that. Let me just say that okay, so the first mission that was supposed to go out of Vandenberg was the STS-62A mission. And if you actually go and look, if you go and look what that mission was actually about, so look at the planned orbital parameters for this mission. 312 by 320, inclination 4845. Period, 90 minutes. So that's low Earth orbit. 48.45 degree inclination. Actually, that's not too bad, but what they were basically going to do is deploy a satellite. They were going to do it once around. So actually 4845. I thought this was supposed to be a polar orbit once around. Anyway, so what its trajectory would have looked like is actually something similar to what we see Falcon 9s do. It would have gone like this, right? And if you're targeting a 48.45 degree orbit, shuttle would have done this. Actually, very similar to what Falcon 9s would do. Yeah, and then if you notice, right, see the way that, just keep in mind, Buffalo, see the way that thing goes over Baja California Sur right here. So southern Baja California, right? If you look, see the way that line is going? That is about the inclination, or the azimuth on the compass that you need to get to a 48 degrees inclined. Yeah, that's close enough. Look at Vandenberg's runway. Look at the heading on the runway. Part of the reason why the Air Force mandated the shuttle to have gigantic freaking wings on it is so it could come back. They were going to do a once around mission. So this mission is going to be 90 minutes. Now, I'm not saying that can't be done, right? I'm not saying it can't be done. It can be done, right? That is an extremely ballsy mission to do with the space shuttle on its first try. So they would have gone up, got into space, opened the payload bay doors, deployed the payload, closed the payload bay doors, gone through re-entry after one orbit, and came back down and landed. That is that's a lot of shuttle operations to do in 90 minutes. Let me put it to you like that. That's a lot to do in 90 minutes. To the point where, and this is what I mean. This is the other reason why I think the Air Force pulled out of this, because dude, I love the space shuttle, and I really don't like talking bad about it, because I don't think it's the vehicle's fault if it does something you don't want. It's your fault for making sure it doesn't do something you don't want it to do, i.e. the O-rings with Challenger. That's not the vehicle's problem. All right, that's your problem for not fixing it, right? Like, that's why I think, like, I don't like talking bad about the shuttle hardware, because I don't think the shuttle hardware had anything to do with why the space shuttle didn't achieve its objectives. Space shuttle didn't achieve its objectives because programs being run by morons. Like, now, can I sit here and tell you that I would have made any better decisions than them? I think with hindsight, I probably would have, but at the time, probably not. And I have the balls to say that. I don't think that's out of line. I'm not an aerospace engineer. I'm just a spaceflight historian, if anything, at this point. With all that being said, a once around mission with the space shuttle would kill someone. Yeah, that's asking a little too much of the space shuttle. Now, maybe towards the end of the program, when the shuttle was a little bit of a more mature design, sure. Doing that in 1985 with the state of the shuttle program would have killed someone. I can say that with pretty reasonable confidence. And I love the space shuttle. That would have killed somebody. And I think they knew that. They didn't want to say it, but I think they knew. Like, I think they knew. Yeah, Buffalo, I think that contributed to it. Once around missions, somebody would have died. That's a lot. That is a lot of risk. That's a lot of risk for a once around, especially at 48-45. You would have had to rely on the shuttle, thousands of nautical mile cross range capability from the shuttle here. That is a very, very complicated mission. And if something doesn't go right, you're stuck. You're stuck up there. You boost, and then you're stuck on orbit until you get over Vandenberg again. So, here, let me show you why that's such a big problem, okay? Now, let's go with path here, and let's draw a line. We'll draw that trajectory again. Yeah, the shuttle would have to go south. It would have to go around the Channel Islands, right? Because there's people that live there, right? It would have had to gone down here over Baja California. Something like this, all right? Now, let's follow that trajectory, okay? Right? And Falcon 9s do launch Starlinks on this trajectory. But look, here's where this gets a little bit hoity-toity here. See what I mean? Okay, so The next orbit around, or orbits always precess left because the Earth has precession. It's a non-uniform sphere. So you're never coming, if you're on the ground and you're sailing in one direction, right? You could sail all the way around, right? Obviously, you just follow the straight line as best as you can. You're more or less going to come back in the same spot. That doesn't work when you're flying in orbit. When you're flying in orbit, the Earth's spinning underneath you, and it wobbles around. And because of this, you're not coming back in the same place. You're coming back shifted probably 1,000 to 2,000 nautical miles out to sea. If something goes wrong here, you got a big problem. There's a big issue here. Now, the shuttle could stay on orbit for a week. If something goes wrong, you just stay up and wait until your orbit precesses back over Vandenberg and then land. Could they have probably turned to land at Pearl Harbor? They could probably land at Hickam. Maybe. I don't know if the runway is long enough. But yeah, you might have been able to get away with it. You need a 15,000-foot runway to land the space shuttle, or else the brakes will destroy themselves because it's heavy. It's a big thing for the brakes. The brakes are smaller than like a 737, and the thing weighs as much as a 767. It's a big, bulky thing, right? So something goes wrong, you kind of have to wait a little bit, right? And I'll be honest, a 48-degree inclination like this, not too bad. But once again, this is why the shuttle has the big wings, so it could do this. So it could come back to Vandenberg. The shuttle can drift through re-entry like this. It can do this. The shuttle's wings are there to compensate for that exact problem. Now, once again, if something goes wrong, you're screwed. You are screwed. A once around mission could easily turn into a week mission. Easily turn into a week mission. This is give me 1 second. Do you think Starship could do a mission profile like this? Guys, I don't think Starship has the cross-range capability that the Space Shuttle does. I really honestly and truly don't. I don't think it does. Starship is bigger, but the shape is not good for cross-range. I know what people are going to be like, well, it has some cross-range capability. Yeah, I know. Everything that flies through re-entry that's controllable can have some cross-range capability. I don't think it has as much as the Space Shuttle. Space Shuttle was designed to take into account the shift in precession for doing once-around orbits. Its entire shape is denoted by that one stakeholder expectation. That's why the damn thing is so big, and that's why it has those gigantic wings, right? I'm not sure if Starship could take the turn. It probably could, but oh my gosh, there's a Slow's Lab. Ua's Lab raid. Holy crap. That's a big one. What's going on, Slab Raiders? How you doing? If you guys don't know my buddy Ua's Lab, he's a unhinged STEM streamer here on Twitch. It's good stuff. He makes things explode in his lab and poops in a bucket. No, I'm not kidding. Why would I kid about that? Hi, Spaceman. What's up, Candace? How are you? When did he do that? I do believe he did a marathon stream, Corvine. He did a marathon stream a little while back where he stayed entirely in his lab and pooped in a bucket in the corner, which is really funny, actually. Sorry.
Discovery, go at
That's the
throttle.
kind of unhinged science I'm looking for, you know? It was the Timu shed. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Nuclear, what's going on? 60-month resub. You got your worm logo. The shed stream was peak. The Shedathon. No, I'm not joking. No, that actually happened. Hi, I'm here from the raid. What's up, Steger? So guys, if you don't know me, I'm EJ. I am not as much of an unhinged STEM streamer as Flab is. I play Kerbal and I teach people about space and space flight. Right now, we're trying to build a shuttle launch pad, which I assure you, building a launch pad in Kerbal Space Program where they give you no launch pad parts is... I'm not going to say that's a little bit unhinged, but it's a little bit unhinged for KSP gameplay. But that's what I like doing. I like breaking stuff, just like Slab does. You didn't see the pooping. Well, that's just a shame. What are we paying him for? This is ridiculous. But anyway, Ooze Lab does all kinds of cool backyards. We'll call it backyard science in his lab, guys. And it involves explosions. So I like rockets. If you don't know a lot about rockets, rockets are an explosion that's being channeled out of a funnel and it explodes in one direction. But it is a constant explosion. We like that here. So yeah, I'd like to think that we get along. Big Slab sent you here, so it's got to be pig. Yeah, you ready to? Yeah, we do fun stuff here. When's the IRL NASA grade rocket stream? Eurito, I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I, just like Slab does, have a shop that my streaming studio is attached to. Right now, I have a steaming pile of rusty Dodge that I'm fixing in there. But that doesn't mean we can't do other things in the shop soon. Like, soon. So, yeah. We like making things. I don't want to make that explode, but that might happen. I don't know. Yeah, don't worry. Most of this car is in my vacuum cleaner over there. Yeah, because I vacuumed it up off the floor. Because when I went to take the back of the car apart, I don't know if you guys see, most of it is black. Any metal that's painted black here is new metal. That's metal that I've had to replace. So I bet you could put 2 and 2 together how much of that was rusty. I also found a beer can in it because somebody used a beer can and fiberglass short strand to repair it. Here, I'll show you. So yeah, that's what we like doing here. We like doing space stuff. We like fixing old steaming piles of Dodge. I mean rust. I mean Dodge. Kind of both. Yeah, core's extra gold because the people that drove this car around were extra classy. High five. Plan to do rockets after this car? Trey, yeah. Yes. Say, what kind of tools does a guy use to fix a steaming pile of Dodge like that? Well, you use Tang tools. Yeah, right. Fancy. Yeah, I know. That's some pinky out stuff, Candace. You know what I'm saying? Like, see me, I'm over here with my Yingling. I think this beer's from last week. You know, it's good. It's beer. It's just old. Oh. That was tasty. But yeah, anyway, thank you for the raid, Slab. That guy's awesome, guys. Go give him a follow. He's, dude, unhinged backyard STEM stuff on Twitch. It's good stuff. Trust me, I wouldn't steer you wrong. Said the guy that just drank like a week-old beer. It was aged like fine beer, wine. The toilet speaker. Oh man, that thing really had a terrible aftertaste. Yep, Pottstown Piss, Q. You got it, dude. That's my go-to.
Discovery, go at throttle.
I don't know what this says about me, dude. I'm from Massachusetts and I like Yingling beer. That's my go-to. I don't really drink Sam Adams. I don't know what the hell happened there. I think maybe I was dropped a lot as a kid or something. I don't know, but I like Yingling. Yingling's my go-to. Oh, the poop woofer. Did he make a toilet into a subwoofer? Am I reading that correctly? He did, didn't he? Yep. Every day, I like Uo's Lab more and more. That's why the poop bucket is needed. Oh, that makes perfect sense. You also an Eagles fan? No. Didn't get dropped that much, man. I do like the Eagles, though, but they ain't my team. You know who my team is, and yeah, we're probably not friends anymore now. We're probably not friends anymore. You a whiskey drinker? I am, Chris, yes. All right. So, I'm working on building a shuttle launch pad in KSP, which, like I said, that is, for Kerbal, that's unhinged. This is an unhinged project. Hey, Urban Venture with the raid. We got double raid. Everybody just raiding up in here today. I normally sit on my subwoofer when I go to the toilet. It's all about the bass. You know, Eagles fan, you like the Ravens when you cared. Oh. Baltimore fan, yeah. I'm a Patriots fan. I grew up, like, not far from the stadium. Like... Sorry, man. Sorry. We come for bad content. What's up, Urban? Yeah, so we got to build this sucker out. What I really need to do is build a crane. I need to build a crane because, like, okay, so if you, just a little bit of a primer for the US Lab and Urban Raiders. Urban Raiders probably know this a little bit better. But the Space Shuttle, I'm a big Space Shuttle fan. I like the Space Shuttle. Borderline unhealthy obsession. All right, so Space Shuttle can be divided into 4 components on the pad. You have your 2 big white solid rocket boosters. You have the orange tank in the center, which is called the external tank. And then you have the part with people and cargo, which is the orbiter. Right now, I'm trying to figure out how to assemble this outside of the editors. In the editors, you could just put a stack together and then put it out on the pad and go. I want to reuse my space shuttles. Like, I want to land my space shuttles back down in Kerbal. You know, because in Kerbal, it's a space flight simulator. You could build whatever. You send it up into space. It comes back down. There's a runway at the launch site. You can see the runway right there. The launch pad is over there, right? I want to land my shuttle back on the runway and build the mechanisms that we need to bring that thing back to the pad, put new cargo in it to go up into space, or payload, and then restack it on a new stack and then send it off into space again. I want my shuttles to be fully reusable, as they tried to do with the shuttle program, but really didn't get that far. He just said, like, Gantz? Yeah, Gantz is all right article. Yeah. So, I'm trying to build a launch complex in a game where there's no launch complex parts to make a shuttle fully reusable in a game where there's no cranes to stack back onto the pad to try and make a functioning space transportation system so I can operate my space program with reusable orbiters. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Yeah. Like I said, a little bit unhinged. In Kerbal, it's not, there's no cranes in this game. There's no, like, airport tugs. There's no nothing. There's no parts of the sort. Like, we have to make it. We have to make everything out of, like, rocket parts. So I'm building a launch pad out of rocket parts to launch a rocket into space. Because, I don't know, seemed like a good idea at the time. Can you load the mission with the next payload inside a really tall truck and roll it up to the stack? Drunar? Yeah, of course I could. I would prefer to use the integration cranes or build the payload changeout facility, Drew. It'd be much easier to do that way. So, yeah, in Kerbal, like, if you did build a shuttle, what you do is you land it at the runway, and then you hit end mission, and then you go back to the editor, and you could just put another one out on the pad. I don't want to do that. I want my shuttles to be reusable. Now, just in case, further primer, this isn't my first time trying to do this. If there's any Venture Star fans out there, I tried to do it with Venture Star by building out its entire launch complex. So, like, Venture Star is something you put on the pad, you launch, and it goes all the way into space and then comes all the way back down. There's no boosters or tank or anything. It's just one big vehicle. So it's called a single stage to orbit. I've tried building its launch complex. So this thing, that whole thing, that the metal box, we call it the lunch box because it launches things. This whole thing turns, right? And then we back the vehicle up, it attaches, and then we turn the whole thing up, right, and launch it. This blew up in my face. We like explosions, just not that kind of explosions. So that design is, you know, it exists. It exists. I did build a smaller version of it with some success. Yeah, and there's the small version of the SSDO on there. Yeah, that one kind of worked. So now I'm trying to do it with the Space Shuttle, you know. But do you have a render of the box? Well, this is a 3D. This is in Kerbal is rendering the box right now. No, I can't show you the real one. It's just a render. I'm not going to put this pad out. We're not going to put the pad out. You could just enjoy a render of the box. Is this a Max or Sawyer challenge? No. No, it's not. This is just me being unhinged in Kerbal. That's what I like doing. Yeah. I have built out supplementary vehicles to support stuff. If anybody's familiar with the high expendable mobility tactical truck from the Army, I built those. Really, really easy for moving stuff around. Most use that this truck has is going and picking up parts from spaceships that I crashed. It's being used as an SNR vehicle, which is probably not what you want, but, you know. I do have a crane version of it that can lift things up. Kind of. Ish. Yeah. So I try to use all stock parts. I do have one part of mine that I did put in the game that I built myself. I modeled it. It's just a hinge piece to make stuff, the hinges a little bit stronger, because this game wasn't designed to have telescoping cranes in it. But here we are. How is it even possible that Max doesn't play KSP? I don't know. So is this like BF6 with the Flame Trench crew unhinged? Something like that, yeah. As a crane op, I did chuckle at this. Crawler guy, it is a telescoping crane. Yeah, this is based off of a... Oh, what was it? It's a Liebherr telescoping crane. Whatever the four-wheeled version of it, you know, there's the three-wheel and the four-wheel. But, like, to be 100% fair, I do like cranes, so I know the difference between, like, a rolling telescoping crane and a lattice crawler. And, you know, I know what loof is. I know what boom weight is. Like, I know what all that stuff means. There are other crane operators that watched this when I was building it and laughed at me hysterically. So I decided it'd probably be better to learn how cranes work before I actually went and built a crane. So, you know, you're on the crawlers? Hell yeah, dude. Like, yeah, no, we're big crane fans. I love heavy industrial equipment at the end of the day. That's like mint. Like down at the Cape, there's a Saren CC8800 that's working, was working on the mobile launcher. They stopped because they canceled it, but you know, whatever. Hey, whatever. SpaceX operates a couple of Liebherr 11,000s, and then there's a Liebherr 13,000 with a power boom. I love that stuff, man. That thing's so damn cool. 12,000 if you want to Google. Yeah, I know what a 12.5 is. Yeah, absolutely. That's a big crane, man. 11,350. Yep. Yeah, dude. Those are awesome. Yeah. See, I know what like a pin is. I know what the house is. You know, if you have when you have the detached counterweight off the back of the crane, what is that called? I forget what it's called, dude. Yeah, I love heavy lift equipment. I think that's super cool. And like, if I'm going to build stuff that's going to move shuttles around, I got to learn how to do it. You got to learn how to big this. Sponsored by Big Crane. You're damn right I am. I love big cranes. Liebherr, Manitowoc. Manitowoc is how it's pronounced, but yeah. We're sponsored by Big Crane because it is a big crane. I've tried to build lattice crawlers in this. The best I could muster was a lattice roller. And the boom is too heavy. It's too heavy. There's just not lattice crawler parts in KSP. But yeah, crawler guy. I love cranes, dude. Cranes are awesome. And I like building them in a game where we have no business building cranes. Try to stay away from the ringers and the Manitowocs. Yeah, fair. Hang on. Let me find it. Do your mobile crane for pivoting up top. Get rid of the mobile portion. So this thing actually does work. It just doesn't... I have fixed counterweights on this. So it won't get you very far in terms of moving stuff. It can move light stuff over a tall distance. Like, we can lift stuff up, but it doesn't have a lot of lift because building jacks in this is... So check this out. I've tried to build... Oh, no. I ended up using SRB casings as my boom. It kind of works. But, now there are two of them. Yeah, so my buddy Goalie that watches the stream from time to time, Crawler, he's a lattice guy too. He's operating some of the big stuff down in Central Florida. This could be two. Oh yeah, there's this thing. So check this out. This one actually stays pretty damn strong. So I have outriggers that go like that. I forget which one we based this thing off of, but this thing works. So Crawler Guy, this is another telescoping crane. It is based off of that smaller telescoping crane I just showed you, but this one has the... Oh, forgive me, dude. I know it's not jibs, but it has that, and it can... I have pendants. So I have the pendants, and you actually have to hook the pendants up for it to work, or else it's going to fall apart. Oh, I forget what these things are called. They look like rabbit ears on the back of the boom. LTM 1750 by the looks of it. Yeah. Yeah. Let me see. LTM 1750. Yeah. That's the guy. And it has those things. These bad boys. I don't know the name for them. Forgive me, I forgot. Those are there so you don't get boom deflection, guys. That's the other reason why cranes have to be cognizant of wind, because if you get deflection on the boom, you're dead. Yeah, if the boom starts to do this, like say you have a boom that goes back and forth like this, if it starts doing that, you're screwed. It's not going to end well. Y guides, there you go. Yeah, that's what that thing is. And it does work. Like, it works pretty well. Like, as far as a game that has no cranes in it works okay. But what I'm really working on here today is a bridge crane. Yeah, we're making a bridge crane today. So, like, this thing, dude, Crawler guy, with this thing, you need an operator and you need an oiler. Like, I need my Kerbals to go around and actually get the crane ready. Like, you can't just deploy the jacks and go. You have to set the jacks. You have to get the vehicle up off the ground. You have to put the locks in place. Kerbals have to do it. They have to put the whole thing together. Because it's I try to make it faithful to the real stuff. This thing can actually lift. It can lift pretty good stuff, but just like the other crane, it doesn't have a lot of loof. No luffing out back and forth. It's really up and down. Kind of, you got to stay close. You got to stay close to the pin, which kind of works. Kind of how the real stuff works, but yeah. But yeah, man, what I'm trying to do now is, once again, guys, this game has no crane parts. I built this out of the parts that they give us for spaceships, which is not easy, but what I'm trying to do is build a bridge crane. I need a bridge crane for my shuttle because we need to put the SRBs down. I got to set the SRBs on the pad, and then how the shuttle stack works is that you got to hang the external tank. You got to hang the ET from the SRBs. And what my testing was in past streams was us figuring out if that's a viable thing to do. And it does work. I'm trying to figure out how we're going to get the orbiter attached to this. That's not going to be easy. Sure, Animal, go ahead. Let me get your permit. Yeah, like you're really subject to windage and you don't want deflection with a boom. Because like, okay, so if it's one thing that I've noticed, Crawler guy with cranes, you do an input on the crane. If your values aren't set low when you have like a payload way up in the air, I did values because my other buddy that operates crawlers taught me about how values work. You have multipliers, you set the values so you can move slower or faster, right? You move with high values set when the crane is hauling something. Like, you'll move it and it'll look like everything is okay. And then all of a sudden the thing snaps and just the whole thing falls apart. Like, you'll be like, oh no, it's just fine. It's just fine. And then whatever you're moving has too much moment, boom, deflects too far, snaps, and the whole crane comes crashing down. Like, you got to be very careful with this stuff. Yeah, see? You got to be very careful or else this happens. And if we're gonna, oh, dude. Yeah, how's the roof of that building working, Animal? The LTM 11,200 are big troubles with that. Yeah, you don't set your values right. You don't have your values set on your mast right there, or the jib, or the derrick, you're boned. Like, it's not good. There's a reason why the cranes go slow. So, we have to make a bridge crane. Crawler guy, what I need to do here today is make the bridge cranes from Vandenberg. Primarily two buildings here. In this design, it's the SAB, the Shuttle Assembly Building, and the Mobile Service Tower. What they're doing here is they have two gantry cranes. One is a bridge crane. So a bridge crane is, for the uninitiated, I'll say. I have some nice pictures of the shuttle in here. So if you notice this building that the shuttle stack is in, building number 4 here, see how it's kind of like an upside down L? So the gantry crane can actually roll out here outside of the building, and it rolls on what looks like a bridge. That's why it's called a bridge crane. The reason why I need to be able to do that is because with the Vandenberg design, no, that's not the right picture. With Vandenberg's design, here we go. You have a lower crane inside of the shuttle assembly building, and then you have the bridge crane. Bridge crane picks up the nose of the orbiter. Lower crane picks up the rear of the orbiter. So you can take the shuttle, lift it up, and then both cranes start pulling upwards, right? But this one doesn't pull upward fast. And that turns the whole shuttle vertical, and then they let the lower crane off, and then they pick it up, and they attach it to the stack. I have to do that. I have to figure out a way to do that. You work with the crane that finished that project. Yeah. I mean, crawler guy, dude, just quick side note. The other reason why I mentioned cranes is because lifting stuff up is freaking cool, and I refuse to believe that it's not. I mention cranes, and I try to show people different types of cranes because, look, when we were all kids, when we were all like 5, 6 years old, we were playing with cranes. Every single one of us. No exceptions. Cranes or front-end loaders or bulldozers, all right? Like, I know I was, dude. This stuff's cool, and you can get paid to operate this pretty... You can get paid to operate these cranes pretty hefty, like, and we need crane ops. Crane operators are huge. And, dude, you can go get an oiler job, right? You can walk into that. They'll teach you how to do it. You know, hoisting is cool, man. It's good stuff. I really, really like it a lot. In another life, that's what I'd be doing. That or heavy equipment operation, man. Just, yeah, because operating a D9 is cool. You know, lifting things up is sick. Holy cow, how much does a shuttle weigh? That's crazy. About 60 tons, dude. Shuttle's heavy. Yeah, very heavy. You got, on the back of the orbiter, you have those 3 main engines. Dude, each one of those is like a Mack truck worth of mass. Like, shuttle's no joke. She's heavy. Very heavy. So, like, yeah, think about this, dude. A Greyhound bus can fit in a shuttle's payload bay. Like, the whole bus. Like, you could take a school bus, put it in the shuttle's payload bay, and it could launch it into space. You would have a Komatsu 355A? Well, of course. That's what happened to Big Blue. That's right, Drew, yeah. Don't op in the wind. The crane operator was right for refusing that work. 60 tons, that's about our hook block. Yeah, right? Yeah, dude, the blocks on some of the big lattice crawler cranes are just... Respect the mass, man. It's no joke. A magic school bus. Well, the shuttle is the magic school bus. But yeah, dude, each one of those things weighs about as much as I'd say a Mac R series. I don't know how much you guys like heavy equipment. That's a Mac R series. A little bit of an old school, but I like old school semis, so whatever. Yeah, that weighs about the same as one of those. So the shuttle's heavy, man. She's a beast. Fully stacked, their block is like 80 metric tons. Yeah, I believe it. I believe it, dude. Here, actually, check this out. So this is from my buddies over at NSF real quick. NASA Space Flight. We have cameras down at what SpaceX doing over at Starbase. They have a it's an 11,000, I think. And they're putting the cladding, they're putting these steel sheets on top of the launch tower so it doesn't get destroyed by the rocket when it goes up. Yeah, dude. We've been sitting here watching these damn cranes all day. Yeah, it's a little toasty down in Boca Chica. That's SpaceX's new launch pad. They got to put steel sheets on it because the rocket that launches it is putting out probably about 15 to 17 million pounds of thrust off the bat. First stage weighs 300 tons with no fuel in it. Second stage is about 100 tons with no fuel in it. She's a beast. This is some heavy, heavy stuff, man. So they're putting these steel sheets on there to make sure that the thing doesn't get blown away during launch.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I've seen the one in LA. Very impressive. So was NASA in Houston. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, this is the next gen stuff though. Yeah. The Saren's SGT 250 is a pretty neat crane. Yeah, baby. But yeah, crawler guy, that's cool that you popped through. Dude, I love cranes. Cranes are mint. Without cranes, we don't live in the modern world that we live in. I would argue that the reason why the Roman Empire was so successful throughout its historic, we'll call it a generational run, was because they had stuff like cranes. Because you don't build something like the Flavian Amphitheater. Florian Amphitheater? You don't build something like Colosseum without a bridge crane. Can't do it. You're not lifting those stones up there. That's not happening. All the structures that they built, they had bridge cranes. Same thing that we do, just made out of wood. with pulleys and guys turning a freaking pulley instead of a house and a diesel generator moving it. But hey, whatever. The equations were there. Like everybody's like, oh, the roads, and yes, the roads are a big deal, but the aqueducts to keep Rome running back in the day, what built those? A road doesn't build that. A crane does. Just saying. So, that all being said, we got to figure out a way to lift all this stuff up. I got to build a bridge crane today, guys. I think today's the day. Yeah. So the Egyptians had cranes? I don't know. I'm sure they had something. I love the job shop I work for because we have to figure out rigging every time we want to move a piece. Cranes make just about everything possible in some way, shape, or form. Absolutely, dude. Cranes, bulldozers, excavators, dump trucks. Without that, space program can't exist. I'm serious. We would not be able to do it. You know, we have all this cool stuff. We have stuff like space program, stuff like Starship, because SpaceX can lift a 300-ton booster up in the air. You ever finish A Pillar of Autumn? No, Tweak. I stopped working on it, dude. We should finish it. Especially since Satisfactory 1.2 is coming out. Should finish it. I think, Chris, that's the Lieber 11,000. You beast, dude. Damn, you were loving that? Okay. I instantly think either pistons are having a boom arm that rotates with a fixed load line. See, nuclear, yeah. Building the crane for this. All right, Crawler guy, you gotta go. Need to give the missus a call. I'll catch you all later. All right, brother. Hey, thanks for popping in, dude. I'm always down to talk cranes. Love cranes. It's good stuff. I'll see you around, man. All right, so let's jump back into this. So nuclear, the big thing that we're gonna have to deal with here is that, well, we're frankly building something that I've never done before. I do have gantry cranes that are multi-axis, right? But with these type of cranes, right, what we have to do is I have to build a crane that can pick stuff up and move it to the left and then move it to the right for the SRBs. So we need a crane that can move left, right, also forward, back, and up and down. We're multi-axis. Because in the past, guys, I've built bridge cranes that are very similar to, not the shuttle's cranes. I've built the bridge crane from Complex 34, which is this big trapezoidal red structure here, which is just a crane that moves back and forth that picks up the rocket and sets it down, right? You don't need sideways axis for this. Oh. That right there. Now, keep in mind, the real Complex 34 bridge crane could move left, right, but they didn't really need to. It just moves forward and back. Also, what do we got there? A Dodge long bed step side. All right. Cool. Never noticed that before. Pillar of Autumn is cool, but I didn't watch it nearly enough. Sadly, mostly people didn't appreciate it. Yeah. Started watching it because people kind of got bored. I stopped doing it because people got bored, Tweak. I was ready to see that project through. Now, granted, I'd probably still be working on it right now, but whatever. Did I ever tell you about Toucan Hobby RC? No, Shy, what's up? So see the bridge crane up there? Gonna need to figure out a way to do that. Yeah, see, they have two hooks right there. Their crane could go left and right. I gotta figure out a way to do that. Now, let me go find any multi-axis cranes that I've built. I'm pretty sure I have one, but it's not the right size nor shape. I did build out the processing facilities for my gigantic SSTOs. I built its processing facility a while back. We ended up building out the processing facility right when it exploded. OPFC, here we go. Now this had a multi-axis crane on it, meaning the crane can go left and right, and it could also go forward and back. And what I do in lieu of rails, because we don't have any wheels that aren't on a spring, and you don't want sprung weight with a crane. You don't want something that lifts things up that's riding on suspension. That's why cranes in real life, guys, they're either on tracks like a crawler transporter, or they're on a jack where they can lift the wheels up off the ground. Yeah, I understand, Hellfish. I was prepared to do it because, yeah, at that particular point in time, Kerbal was kind of on its way out, so yeah, I was prepared to do it, but yeah, people weren't into it. It happens. I'm not saying we should borrow this design, but we should borrow this design. Will you make a crane to lift the orbiter on a carrier aircraft? No. They make 1/14 scale RC machines with hydraulics, so big mobile cranes like bulldozers. You could look up Toucan Hobby. Oh, don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. Shy, don't do this to me. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Don't show me this! You prick! Oh, okay. No, we don't have to worry about it. I can't afford it anyway. All right, cool. All right, we're good. We're good. Dude, those are there are RC excavators and bulldozers and front end loaders that have real hydraulics in them. They're also $2,300 a pop. Yeah. If I had $2,300, I could spend $2,300 and get like my actual automobile working. So that is cool, but that's super neat though. Actually, guys, look. You know what, Hellfish? Hillness, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. The Lego Technic Liebherr 11,000 is pretty cool. Whenever more disposable income comes my way, I'm buying that just so I can blatantly sit here and shout on my soapbox about how cool cranes are. Yeah, that's what's going on. All right, so this is a multi-axis gantry crane. Let me just see how we did it. Get a lathe and a mill and then build your own mini excavator from scratch. Actually, Hellfish, what I saw somebody do on YouTube a little while back was take their ride-on mower and put a PTO and a front-end loader attachment that they made to it. I think I could hook that up. I might not. I need 240 in the garage though if we're gonna weld that heavy of steel. But see, I'm at a point where I'd want like real construction equipment. For $2,300, you could buy a mini excavator. We like mini excavators. Mini excavators are fun. We can fund the mini excavator. Don't fund the mini excavator. Let's focus on one project at a time. All right? Imagining having an RC version of Roadcrafters in your backyard. Dan, I'd rather just buy a real excavator with a blade on the front. Some mini excavators have a blade. The problem is the blade doesn't have pitch, so we'd have to grade stuff. But we'd have to grade stuff manually. But yeah, how about we just buy buy real construction equipment and build an actual road in my backyard that's useful for going to the garage. I'm just putting it out there that might be a good idea. Because at the end of the day, that probably is going to cost the same amount as buying one of those dang RC things. I'm just putting it out there. Like, I'm just a thought. Just a thought. I'm just putting it out there, dudes. All right. Anyway, let's build virtual stuff for now. Any excuse to buy an excavator is a good excuse. That's what I'm saying, man. I'm just wondering how well this thing actually works. I'm tempted to just put this out on the pad and see. Yeah, let's just put this out there and see what it does. I know, I've already rented an excavator. Hi, what is this building for? Hey, no one. So, okay, precursor. This is not garden variety Kerbal gameplay. What I am working on here is building an integration facility. What I want to do is launch my space shuttle up into space, take the space shuttle, land it on the runway, drag it back over to a crane, put new payload in it, pick it up, and put it back onto a stack so I can actually fully reuse my shuttle. Now, my shuttle's already built for that, okay? I can already do that. I just need literally everything else. So, in the past, I've built gantry cranes here. And now, I know it looks like a bunch of fairings and hydraulics together, but this is actually a crane. A multi-axis gantry crane that I can use to pick things up. See, I have hydraulics that can control left-right here, and then I have hydraulics that control our forward and back axis. Now, the gantry crane, we don't have rails, so I have these structural fuselages riding on a fairing that's shaped like a track, so it kind of works like a monorail almost. Now, this will work, but the cranes for our integration buildings do not need to be this wide. See, and then we don't have cables in KSP, so I just have a bunch of hydraulics that can go up and down to pick stuff up. I don't get where these guys actually are. Oh, they're right there. Okay. Why do you need the left-right movement? If you line up the shuttle well as you drive it in, all you should need is fore and back. Resi, it's the SRBs. The SRBs are the thing. I need to move left-right for the SRBs. It doesn't need to be much. This crane is way too much. This is a crane for like a hangar. I built this for my gigantic SSTO. The gigantic SSTO basically fits in this footprint. Yeah, the SRBs are my main driver here. Oh, nope, that's map view. The real question would be how much weight can this lift? Well, why don't you need this crane for the SRB? What do you mean, Aitor? It's basically a 3D printer. What is a crane? What is an integration crane but a 3D printer for a rocket? What? You load materials into it like a second stage and a first stage and it builds you a rocket. I'm just saying. It's not making the stuff on site, but, you know, you get the idea. Does KSP have native joystick controller support? I wondered. Yeah, you can bind joysticks. Sure, Kyron. All right, let's see if we could use this in some way, shape, or form. So that I can understand, how would you add the SRBs to the shuttle ideally? Nuclear, we found out something very interesting, dude. Do you remember snap docking and how I avoid it like the plague? Snap docking is how it works. So, Nuclear, I'm gonna just assume here that you understand the logic for KSP docking. I'm pretty sure I explained vessel hierarchy docking to you many times back in the day. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, so remember how I said if you attach two docking ports to each other, right, and you undock one, it'll snap dock to the other, and that usually blows up the vehicle? We found a way to get around that. That is why I'm doing this in the first place. When I started part 1 of this build series, I set an expectation that this might be impossible. Kerbal might not do it because I know about snap docking. With that being said, with all that being said, so we snap dock the SRBs to the external tank. So the integration order, and once again, Nuclear, I'm gonna go off of the fact that I'm pretty sure you know this already. So I drop SRB onto the pad. It docks to the pad, right? But underneath the SRB, I have one of my rings, the structural fuselage rings, right? We drop the SRB onto there. It docks to the pad. You drop the other SRB on there. That docks to the pad. Then the integration order is as needed. We have to pick up the external tank. We have to dock the external tank first to the ground umbilical carrier plate. I know that sounds ridiculous, and that is not accurate to how the real shuttle works. But we have to attach the GUP. If we don't attach the GUP, this whole thing doesn't work. The tank has to be connected to the pad somehow. And in real life, the ground umbilical carrier plate, which is the HAZ-gas evacuation line on the backside of the external tank that nobody ever sees, is how we're going to connect the external tank to the pad, right? We're going to fudge it through that. So we connect external tank to the pad and then hang it on the SRBs. Now, same vessel interaction. Same vessel interaction in hybrid tech is what beats snap docking. Now that the external tank is hung, right, we undock each SRB, and each SRB docks to the external tank as its primary docking carrier. And hybrid tech is what holds it up. From there, we can... I haven't gotten this far, but I did a tech demo and I proved that it could work. From there, if we attach the orbiter, right, that gives us the right hierarchy to be able to separate two SRBs at once from the pad, undo the GUP, and have the shuttle launch up into space, dude. I proved this. I proved that it worked.
Go and throttle up.
Look, watch. This is a tech demo that I did, and I launched the Shuttle C. Look, everything jived exactly right. Everything works. Hey, 9 T-Bone. Welcome to Mission Control. You're going throttle up. Because, dude... Hey, Matt, 7-month resub on the flight controller. Thanks, man. It's good to see you. In the past, Nuclear, what I would do is build out all the facilities and then try to see if it works. No, that's not how you attack a project like this. We have to prove that the logic works first. So I identified that as a primary stakeholder expectation for this project. If I can't get it to do that, then there's no point in trying to build everything. There's no point in trying to build the gantry crane, right? So this time around, I did a tech demo. How this all worked, and I have no gantry crane, how this all worked is that I used the docking port logic to mimic dropping this thing down with the crane and building the stack with the crane and utilizing the snap dock. And it works. It works. It works really well. The only problem that I really ran into is, look right here. The only big problem that I ran into is that the struts that Kerbals attach with in Kerbal construction are a little bit wonky. So we might need to utilize auto strut on top of the Kerbal attached struts. If you look, the whole stack is kind of shaking around. I zoom in here during the launch here and watch. I induce the vehicle. I induce a pitch moment on the vehicle, or a pitch rate on the vehicle, and watch the strut. See that? I'll show you again just in case you didn't see it. See it wobbling? Can't have that. Other than that, though, dude, I got this up into space. And I built it on the pad. So there's a way to get around it. And snap dock plus hybrid tech is the way to do it. And there is feasibility here. So I'm moving to the next step. How do I actually build this stuff out on the pad? And I need the crane to do it. There's really no way getting around it. That's why I've been sitting here talking about cranes. We need a crane to do it. There's no way to get around. No way to get around that.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I have no idea what the hell this thing is docked to. I'm not sure why we can't pull this thing up. Did you see Twitch is going to give global Twitch badge of the NASA logo to watch the Artemis 2 launch? No, that's cool though. Let's see, will it pick it up? Usually when you start stretching out parts like this, yeah, it gets a little unhappy. This piece is acting like it's still attached to something. It bent the hydraulics, but whatever. I think that's more of the craft file than anything. This crane seems to work. Chris, you reached orbit with your first stage. You're happy. All right. Your constructions in this game is insane in a good way, of course. Matt, you really want to know where I learn about integration and all this stuff, like all the stuff that I commentate on with NSF. Do I get it right all the time? No. Should I? Yeah, probably. But yeah, doing nutty projects like this really is what taught me how this all works, dude. What's up, Wartods? How are you? How you feeling? The external tank is hung. That's right. Yeah, how they did shuttle integration is hanging the external tank from the SRBs. Yep, I can show you. So the first thing that they would do is put the SRBs out, dude. They'd stack the SRBs. The SRBs are stacked in segments like that. Yes, I know. It looks weird. You're missing some pieces, right? And then what they would do is hang the external tank. So the external tank, let me get a diagram of it first. That would probably be better for you to see. The external tank on the shuttle has three principal components. It's the, you have your oxygen tank in the front, right? Your oxygen tank in the front, hydrogen tank in the back, and then you have your intertank, the intertank attachment system. Now, keep in mind, guys, SLS uses this. SLS has the same thing. It's a little bit more reinforced because you got 4 shuttle engines instead of 3, a little more spicy. But it has this exact thing. Inside of the intertank, there is a gigantic crossbar. It's an aluminum riveted crossbar strut. And each hold down point is gusseted to the intertank, right? And it's connected via that big strut in the center. It's gigantic. The thing's about probably, I don't know, maybe a meter thick. It's big. It's big. So that when you go to put when you go to put this thing together, that is your primary structural pathway. Meaning when the SRBs launch, when the shuttle's launching, the aft attachment points on the SRBs are just there to hold the SRBs straight. They're there to just make sure that one doesn't do this or that when it's flying. They're just basically for triangulation to keep it rigid. Now, up here, that's your primary structural load pathway. So the interesting thing is that the SRBs aren't so much as pushing the hydrogen tank and the orbiter up in the air as they are pulling them up in the air. Weird, huh? It's only pushing the liquid oxygen tank. Now, I know what people are going to say. How can it do that if it's pulling? Well, the 3 shuttle main engines are what's making the external tank, what's keeping the external tank from ripping in half during ignition. But yeah, it's pulling the ET and the shuttle up into space. Weird, huh? So, because of this, when they went to build the shuttle stack, they stacked the external tank first. Or they stacked the boosters first, and then hung the external tank from the SRB forward attachment points. You can see this strut is here. That's there because in this, what they were doing here is moving this stack to the other high bay. So what they did was they had a bare bones truss segment with no external tank to make sure the SRBs stayed true when they were moving it to the other hangar. That's what these pictures are. So, yeah, you hang the external tank. The external tank is a really cool design. Really, really smart, dude. It's pretty damn well thought out even by today's standards. So, what I need is a crane to be able to pick it up. Now, that's a picture of that forward attachment piece. For the nerds. The crane picks it up here on this gusset plate. Or, well, this is one piece cast aluminum. And then it's bolted into the inner tank, and it's bolted to the inner tank structure. You can see it because there's bolts. I know. The crane picks it up here. It picks it up on the top here, because when the external tank's sideways, the external tank rolls sideways into the VAB, because why move it vertically, right? So this particular one is from ET-94. That's the external tank that's at the California Science Center right now, that Endeavour is attached to. So they pick it up from the top. This pin right here, if you notice, there's a throughway all the way to the holder piece here. This is the piece that holds the external tank up when it's being transported vertically. It's part of the jig. The crane picks it up and they back up the vehicle and it slides out. In here, there's a throughway, and that houses the explosive bolt that attaches to the SRBs. The SRB forward attachment strut picks up right here and clips into this. The SRBs have pins on the insides of the forward attachment segment. They're pins, and you hang the external tank on it. So, like, the reality is, like, when they picked up the external tank, they actually picked it up, quote unquote, from the side. I know it sounds weird, but look. Here's a picture of NASA integrating a stack. Look where the pin is attached. It's attached to the side, because they got to hang this thing out they got to hang it on the SRB, so you can't have the center pin, right? You can't pick it up from that. That's why that piece exists. Now, I know what people are wondering, well, what's this piece for? That has the electronics to trigger the explosive bolt. Yeah. And then the gut plate is right there too. A picture of the incoming shuttle was amazing. Mats, this is my personal collection. Just downloaded from random spots around the internet. What sort of truly annoying compromises were made in the initial development of the shuttle? Not after it was flying. I mean, when they were designing, building, and testing it. The insistence on solid rocket boosters is annoying. Hellfish. They did that because, 2 reasons. One, keep ICBM solid rocket fuel production going. And 2, yeah, actually, that's the reason. That's the reason. The SRBs were thought of as being cheaper because they're not nearly as hard to make. But the problem is what they didn't take into account there is that they take time. SRBs take time to make. Simplicity is not your problem here. They're simple to make. They take time because you have to cure the propellants. So their only way, the idea there was to beat the problem with scale. So what do you have? What do you have as an established industrial base? You make a lot of solid rocket fuel because you make a lot of ICBMs because it's the U.S. in the 1970s. Hey, Carol, welcome back. You do a great job of spewing great information for an extended period of time. Carol, I stream usually about 10 to 12 hours a day, Monday through Friday. Yeah, there's a lot of knowledge up there. So yeah, Hellfish, if I had to say one thing, it would be using solid rocket boosters. It probably would have been better to use liquids. I mean, I don't have any problem with the solid rocket boosters, but employing them in scale seems to be a big pain in the butt. Centaur. Like, how bananas would it be if the shuttle had 2 like Falcon 9 boost back and landing boosters next to it? No Navy, no drone ship landings. Like, keep in mind, Falcon 9s aren't powerful enough to be side boosters. If anything, you would need 4 of them. So it would look like a Falcon 9 being used as your boosters for a space shuttle style vehicle. You'd need 4 Falcon Heavy side cores. Is that doable? Sure. I don't see how that would be much more complicated. You'd have to redesign your forward attachment points, and I'd be worried 4 Falcon 9s can't hold up an external tank and a shuttle. So I've theorized about this before. They would have to be Falcon Heavy center cores dressed up to look like side cores. But yeah, 4 Falcon Heavy center cores should be able to do it. Yeah, I don't see why not. It would end up looking like Energia. Yeah, that's right. A super heavy? If you could somehow put a super heavy on the bottom of the external tank, yeah, a super heavy could do it easily. Oh yeah, that would, yeah. Yeah, duh. Super heavy would... That'd be pretty sick, dude. That'd be pretty damn cool. Yankergia, yep. Mm-hmm. Just an FYI, apparently Krispy Kreme is getting on the Artemis bandwagon and offering an Artemis-themed donut tomorrow. I don't have Krispy Kremes near me, Rarest Iowa. I don't have those. We don't have those here. We have Dunkin'. He just started dreaming about that idea just now. No. What makes you think that? There were early concepts of the shuttle that... The earliest concepts of the shuttle did employ a flyback booster. I do have a picture of one that... Yeah, it's right there. So, This early version of the Space Shuttle had the external tank and shuttle as one vehicle, and then a gigantic lift stage for them. I'm not sure that I like that. Yeah, I'm not sure how to feel about that. Build an optimal shuttle? So, Hellfish, where my mind went is that if I want to do a boost back and landing booster with the Space Shuttle, we would... I'm thinking about how it would work in KSP. So how do I do it with my Falcon 9 style boosters? I do have boosters that I can boost back and land, guys, with landing legs and everything. We made them in KSP. In stock KSP, might I add. They have landing legs. I built the landing legs out of wings because they're supposed to be light. So how do I do that? When the booster goes up, I separate and we ghost ride the second stage. I'm not entirely sure how well that would work, ghost riding a shuttle and an external tank into space. I don't necessarily think that that's the wisest decision. Yeah, a flyback booster could work for your boosts for your booster stage. Because I could just fly the thing down and turn it around. But if we were going to do something like that, it would need jet engines. So it could fly back to the runway. Shuttle would need to get up into space before that happens. And then we would have to complete the trip back to KSC. I would have to make sure the shuttle gets to its nominal orbit before that thing re-entered. Which... What is KRPC? KRPC allows you to write code for your guidance systems for ships in Kerbal. I do have it. The problem is I suck at coding. Astrodeca.
Go and throttle up.
And it's a 5-month resub. Appreciate it. Vibe code it? No. I don't want to do that, Corsi. Because querying an AI to figure out how to do an advanced guidance system for a booster is probably something I don't want to do. Yeah. Yeah, how about we don't do that? The mod called FMRS that I described above, very significantly better for this purpose. I don't see you describing that anywhere, but I'll believe you. I mean, guys, I don't want to stray away from what works right now. We've already tested that the SRB, the whole SRB system works correctly. Maybe in the future, we'll try something like that, but I want to stick with what we're... Write up 1 or 2 messages. Oh, okay. Disagree on KSP, signaling overhead, FMRS, a flight manager for reusable stages, which creates save state at staging events. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. That ruins continuity for me, Grab Shark. Yeah, it ruins continuity. Anyway. All right, let me look in to see how You understand? No, honestly, Hellfish, it's not that I'm being stubborn. That would make things way easier than trying to go fish out the stupid SRBs and bring them back. I also have a problem during my SRB separation sequence that by the time I switch back to the SRBs, they're too far apart to be able to get both of them back. So I'm looking at best case scenario getting one back per launch, which no, I'd rather expend them. It's not worth the time. So looking at another solution in the future could be useful. Will that require redesigning the pad? Would it require redesigning it? Yeah. But if I can figure out how to put the original stack together, I'm pretty sure that opens up the door to do whatever the hell we want. Right? Like, you realize that if they use flybacks, the shuttle would probably still be flying. Dude, I don't know how. Yeah, probably. I mean, that's why you said, what's one gripe with the shuttle engineering? Well, one gripe that I have with the shuttle engineering is that they used solids. Not that solids are a bad way to do things, but... Hold on. One of the original ideas that they had with the shuttle program was taking a Saturn V first stage and making it into a manned flyback vehicle. I have the render of it around here somewhere. Here we go. Which I really don't think would have been particularly a bad idea. This is still when they came up with the idea of having the shuttle and the external tank be one vehicle. That is a flyback S1C, manned flyback solid rocket first stage, or liquid rocket first stage. They took a Saturn 1C and they put a nose cone on it with a flight deck. Also Chevy C10. Saturn shuttle, amaze. Fist my bump. No spoilers, be quiet. That was one of their original designs. The other thing is that if you did this, you could just reuse the Space Shuttle's launch, or the Saturn V's launch pad. You just need to redo the crew access arm a little bit. You'd need two of them, which is actually kind of cool. Pissed my bump. Aurora, you have to switch back to them to get the parachutes deployed. That's what I'm currently doing. Problem is I can't get to both of them. I can't switch to both of them. And you pick one SRB and go. Whatever you could switch to faster. Isn't trying to mix a plane and rocket something that doesn't really work? It works. You just Jedi. That goes to a whole thing that I feel about a whole way about how I feel about the shuttle program. It works. It works just fine. We showed that it works just fine. We launched it 133 times successfully. Right? Oh, it works. It's a good idea. You just... I would say it's more of a political problem at that point. And I know people don't want to talk about that, dude. You know... If you're going to operate something like an airplane, it's got to fly as much as an airplane, something that we never really pushed the shuttle to end up doing, which is, there's your problem. Right? So the shuttle program ended up kind of having like a dunce cap on its head. I think if pushed correctly, we could have made the shuttle work just fine. But there's no telling how many people would have gotten hurt in trying to do that, but yeah. I've heard the cost of the space shuttle were too high. Yeah, Pigeon, that's something that people like to say. That's something that people like to say to try and justify something else besides the space shuttle. The reality of the situation is, okay. All right, Pigeon, do you know what an excavator is? We were talking about excavators. You know what an excavator is? I'm talking a big excavator, not a little mini excavator like what we were talking about. A big one. Something that you'd use, a construction firm would use to dig a foundation for like a skyscraper. I'm talking the big excavators, like the ones that SpaceX use, right? right? Do those move? Can you drive them around? Yes. Well, you don't really drive an excavator, you operate one. That's the technical term, right? Now, Pigeon, is a smart car cheaper than an excavator? Yes. Is it less expensive to operate? Yes. So why are we using an excavator? Just use a smart car. Well, a smart car can't dig a foundation for a skyscraper. Everybody says that the shuttle isn't cost effective. It's not cost effective. It's not cost effective. Well, of course, if you use your excavator like a smart car, of course it's not going to be cost effective. Simultaneously, if you try to use your smart car like an excavator, it's less expensive to operate, but you can't build a skyscraper. See what I'm saying? See what I'm talking about? It's not that the shuttle is overpriced for what it is. It's just that it can do a bunch of things. And people say like, oh, it's a jack of all trades, but it's a master at none. That's bull crap. That's some copium that people said to try and justify getting rid of the shuttle. The shuttle is peak low Earth orbit access vehicle, to the point where even Starship and SpaceX are copying its design to an extent in the form of its tiles. It is peak low Earth orbit reusability. Starship is going to have payload bay doors. And those payload bay doors, I'll bet you dollars to donuts, Artemis 2 donuts, that it ends up working in a very similar fashion to the Space Shuttle. Now, if you want to go further than low Earth orbit, yeah, probably would be better in any other way, right? I see your point, but maybe make the excavator cheaper. The point, well, yeah, of course, but making the excavator cheaper is not a justification for the high cost of an excavator. If you can't find a cheaper way to dig a foundation for a skyscraper, in which case the excavator is the cheapest way to do it, then what are you doing, right? Think about it. Everybody says that, oh, the shuttle is too expensive. It's a jack of all trades, master at none. It's too expensive to operate, etc., etc. So we replaced it with something that does somewhat of what the shuttle can do, but we lost the capability. We couldn't build another ISS right now if we wanted to. NASA even admitted that in the ignition presentation. You couldn't build another ISS right now if they wanted, because they don't have a space shuttle. That is a very unique on-orbit capability to be able to build things in space. That's why the shuttle is so expensive. The only way to beat that with the shuttle program is to launch it more, something we ultimately never did. Hey Martin, 20-month resub, thank you. Same with massive container ships. People are always complaining about the environmental footprint, but it transports the same as about 24,000 trucks. Yeah, Matt's exactly. And Matt's, the other thing is that I don't see people complaining about Amazon dropping stuff off on their doorstep. They complain about a container ship, but they don't complain about the convenience. Curious. That's weird. So Pigeon, did it have high cost? Yes, of course, it had high cost. Because we ended up using that excavator to go get groceries. Can you imagine driving an excavator to a grocery store? That doesn't work very well, right? Here's the thing, I complain about everything. As long as you're consistent, Corsley, that's all I'm asking for. I can carry my groceries just as well in an excavator. Right. All right. Let's go back to what we were working on. So let me grab my crane here. How are we going to do this? Okay, I build the chassis for these buildings out of girder segments. Okay. Bressy, you drew an idea on how to set up the cranes? Going back to Super Heavy for NASA, once a V3 Super Heavy and V3 Starship is mature, do you think NASA could pay SpaceX to build them a launch tower and buy one or two? 3LRD, I wouldn't have a problem with that. Yeah. In fact, if SpaceX in the future was just like, here, have 39A and here, have 4 Super Heavies and 5 Starships or something, use the VAB to store them. Like if NASA wanted to block buy a bunch of Starships for their own operation purposes, I wouldn't have a problem with that. No, that's what they should be doing. Put it on Imager, Resi. Or something. Or just send it in Discord. All right, let's build a new crane. Let's go back into the shuttle stack master file here. You're not on the Discord at the moment. See, the thing is that the crane needs to be up here somewhere. All right, so sometimes cranes are made sideways, so that's what we're gonna do here. It's gonna be easier to make it this way. All right. Now I need to look at Vandenberg here. I have some pictures of them putting the crane together. They're putting the tank together. There it is. There's the SRB integration facility. Man, they really didn't have a lot of room there. In the VAB, they could pick the external tank up way above the stack and drop it back down, but it doesn't really look like they have a lot of space. See, that crane right there is what picks up the ET and drops it onto the stack. Oh, man, that would have been cool. Resi, I can see the link. What do you got, buddy? Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. So, all right, look. Check this out, dude. So, with Vandenberg, we have two buildings that come together. You have your shuttle assembly building and your mobile service tower. What you're saying is my shuttle assembly building crane does not need to be a 3-axis crane. That one can just be single. The mobile service tower is the one that's going to have to move, right? In your diagram, they're kind of stacked on top of each other. But with this, here, let me show you. Where's the picture? It's the new one that I got the other day. I got to sort these things. Marveled by all the engineering that went into servicing the shuttle. I didn't know that until one of your past streams recently. She's a beast, dude. Where the hell is that new picture? I could sort them by date, but I'm already invested in finding it. I know it's down here somewhere. Yes, it's also one-sided, so you don't need 2 different structures.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Resi, is it bad? Is it bad that I want to do 2 structures because I want to make it look like Slick 6? Is that bad? That's a good idea, and that would work. But I want to make it look like Slick 6. So, my idea, dude, here, you're because you're getting a little bit ahead of us. My idea was to have when the
Discovery, go and throttle
hey,
up.
Snackless, 82-month resub. See, we're back to the good old days. Oh yeah, I'm just back to my mischief here. Zizap, 101-month resub. Thanks. Where's that doggone picture? I know it's down the bottom somewhere, so. Well, there's a real life picture is what I'm trying to do. So, Resi, what I think I want is the 2 cranes to be able to dock to each other and become one vehicle. That's the idea. They become one vehicle. Yeah, I would want the two cranes and the 2 buildings to come together and dock to each other. That's the idea. Just got onto spring break, so a week of KSP for you. Nice, Snackless. All right. Well, we'll start with the mobile service tower first, I suppose. How in the balls are we going to do this? Hey, Love Eagle, what's up? All right, well. Hey, WD-40, we're just getting all the raids today. So, Snackless, I was just telling Nuclear Drifting, a couple other people this. I figured out a way to beat snap docking so we could build the shuttle stack. And not only have I figured out a way to do it, I've tested it. Look. Now, I didn't use a crane to make this. I just put it together. I put it together in the SBH to mimic how we would put it together with the crane. It made it. I launched a shuttle C because I didn't want to risk breaking an orbiter. Something blew up, and don't worry about that. Yeah, you don't need to worry about that. It's fine. And Snackless, I even used Kerbal construction to hold the SRBs together. That's right, there's struts that I did in Kerbal construction to hold everything. Now they're a little flimsy, so we're gonna need auto strut on top of it, but not bad for something we assembled outside of the VAB. It's pretty damn good. I launched a Shuttle C because I'm too much of a wimp to put an actual orbiter on it. If it failed, I don't have the heart to see a shuttle explode. I'm sorry. I hope you understand. So, Snackless, I'm finding that Kerbal attached struts that were attached with Kerbal construction, they're not as strong. They wiggle around. They have a lot more play. I'm not 100% sure why. I don't know if that's something that I'm doing wrong or if that's just the way it is. But now, because we've demonstrated that we can do it, now I got to build the crane. I got to build the damn integration crane. So just like in mission mode in the past, we got to build a mobile service tower. The structure that I'm planning on building is right. Well, it's this back building here. This one. Yep, there's the picture that I'm trying to find. Where the heck is it? Oh, it was right in front of me. Too real. So we're going to try to build this one first. And then the SAB second. SAB should be pretty easy to make. The assembly building. Shuttle C makes infinitely more sense as a test vehicle configuration anyway. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, so Resi, what I'm probably going to do is have these two vehicles dock together. That won't be that much difference for part count. The big singular integration building is going to need to be this big anyway. Having them undock and separate like the real ones, I think, is cool. Are the two space shuttles the same as the common space shuttle? I don't understand what you're asking. In Armageddon. Oh no, those are some sci-fi version out of the space shuttle. That is a science fiction vehicle. Should make the Shuttle C with a detachable engine pod for reuse. We could absolutely do that, Tyler, with this configuration. So if I can get this pad working, we can make Shuttle C, obviously STS. We could make we could do aft cargo carrier. I could make Ares 1. We could make Ares 1 work. We could do SRBX for the people that hate themselves and have extremely horrid taste in launch vehicles. You could do a bunch of different things. You're the expert. I just bought KSP yesterday, so I don't know anything. Well, from just buying it yesterday, Resi, I'd say you're on the right track. That is correct. Direct, I would have to redesign the pad. We'd have to redesign the pad a little bit. I'd have to make this an open area right there. Direct or SLS, we could do either one. But yeah, they wouldn't... Yeah. Yes, this opens up the door for a lot of different vehicle designs. Okay. Freaking Mondays. I'm having trouble getting this right. So, Tyler, I've never made a clean pad design. Clean pad launch pad. Never done that. Kerbal doesn't like it. But that doesn't mean that you couldn't. Make sure it's big enough for... Yeah. Oh my god, Rockets, have you ever made any evergreen Kerbal content covering the basics of the game? Many times. I used to have a bunch of tutorials, Rockets. They got all deleted when Twitch decided to enforce DMCA on VOD content. It got deleted. But yeah, I've gone over it many times. I have nothing up right now, though, which sucks. But you could do the weird SDLV design with the shuttle engines on the side, but the inline stack still. Yep. Yeah, we could. We'll need to wait for Kit in space. Rockets, if he has a question for me, you can ask me at any time. What's clean pad? Ator, clean pad design is where you build the rocket on the mobile launcher and you tow the mobile launcher to the pad. So like Slick 41, Slick 40 when it launched Titan rockets, Complex 39A, Complex 39B. Those are the only clean pad designs that I know of. I'm sure there's other ones that I'm forgetting. What's up, dude? I'm looking at how the fixed service structure works with the... Oh. So guys, in our integration architecture, we have the tank attached to the ground umbilical carrier plate. In Slick 6 design, you can't do that because there's a mobile service tower in the way. Damn. I can't do that. How would we get around that? How would we get around it? Shit. I might have to just take the external tank and attach it to the pad first. Sorry, sometimes this takes a little bit of thinking about how you're gonna make it. So SLS is also clean pad. Complex 39 is clean pad, dude. It was clean pad during the Apollo program. They switched it kind of to a semi-clean pad design during the shuttle program, and 39B is now back to a clean pad design, yes. Ator, clean pad means the launcher, the actual thing that launches the rocket can be removed from the pad. Yeah, that's what that means, dude. So how I made this, we're gonna need to take some measurements here. No, I don't want that. I make my cranes out of SRBs. I know that sounds ridiculous, but SRBs are very strong and it's just a nice solid freaking pipe and it's not gonna break. So I'm doing this to get measurements here, to get the widths that we're looking for. In my other gantry crane design, I gotta see how I did the edges of this. Okay, I see how I made this. Nice. Okay, that's pretty smart. Okay. Yeah, it fits together like a Jenga piece. So the center column here holds the entire bottom of this, right? And then these other columns are tying everything together, and then the front and rear of the crane actually loop back to the center. See what I'm saying? See how when I select that, it highlights the top bar, this thing? That means that's attached to that first and then strutted to everything second. But the bottom of this down here where the crane rides on the ground is attached to the center truss first. And then these pieces are acting like ribs. Okay, I see how I made that. And then what is the crane attached to? What's the hard point attached to in itself? It's attached to the back post first. And then strutted. Because it's a gantry crane. Okay. All right, I see how I made this. The reason why I'm copying this design is because I know this works. I know that works. It's very easy to make the gantry crane explode if you don't do it right. If you don't build it in a certain way, it'll bend, it'll break, it'll explode. Got to basically make a truss structure out of SRBs. That's, yeah. What I could do is just lift this thing. But I'll probably end up lifting more components from this. Hey, Bio. Sorry, Kerbal's a game about rocket science, guys. For the uninitiated, this takes some thinking. Sometimes I gotta sit here and let the hamster wheels run. I did, Bio. That's cool. Don't say nothing. Yeah, okay. I'll let you know when it's done. All right, cool. Okay. Man, this thing is built pretty damn well. It's really solid. There's only struts where there needs to be struts. See how there's no corner strut right here, because there doesn't need to be, because that's all one sub-assembly. There's no need to put a strut there. Grandparent strut is doing the strutting for you. This is very, very well part optimized. Good job, Past DJ. I usually look at my old contraptions and say, wow, this is dumb. No, this thing is actually really well made. I think we did a pretty good job here. Considering what this thing does, it's only 350 parts with the launch plate, or with the service plate, which is really good. This is really nice. Thanks, Ethereal. I appreciate that, man. Why not use something like a scissor lift for the SRB and fuel tank? I don't understand what a scissor lift is going to accomplish. Also, copying the ConOps from Slick 6 is probably the best way to do it because... Yeah, no, I'm not doing that, Nuclear. A scissor lift? What are you talking about? Then I have to make 2 different scissor lifts for lifting the SRBs. No, we're going to go with gantry cranes. That's tried and tested. We know this works. From mission mode. We know it works. Don't change it. I want to lift this thing. This thing is actually super cool. What's up, Yugi? This might be dumb, but if it works, it works. And it's still probably better than anything you built in KSP. Come on. When you have 20,000 hours in this game, Yugi, you'll build stuff like this too. So what I really need to do is we need to establish how tall this crane is going to be. We got to take some measurements. So in the SPH, it's too tall. So I build the cranes in the editor on their side. The reason why, I know what people are going to say, why not use the VAB? I can't move the camera like this in the VAB. You can't pan and tilt the camera in the VAB. Well, you can tilt, or no, you can tilt, you can't pan. You can't move the camera left, right. That's why I like building in the SPH. All right, so in the editor, it'll only let you move a part so far away from another part before the game gets a little annoyed. See, I can't move it any further. So what we're gonna have to do is go to the root part here. And we're gonna move a piece up here like this.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm gonna bring another piece all the way up here. And then what we'll do just put a docking port there. And then attach my first crossbar for the crane there. That way, if I want to test it, we can just undock it. And does that get us lined up with the center? It does. Good. Let me just double check it to make sure that we're lined up with the center. We should just be able to attach this here, attach that there, attach that there, attach that there. Verify that we're lined up with the center of the external tank stack. Good. Cool. We are lined up. Save. All right. So, how tall do we want this thing to be? Really? It doesn't look like the assembly buildings at Vandenberg are any taller than what you see here, but I'm going to give us a little bit of breathing space. It's going to make this a little bit easier, especially when we go to put that tank on there. The further up I can get the tank, the higher up I can get the tank, the easier it's going to be to integrate it into position. Now, like I said, at Vandenberg, it doesn't look like they had a lot of room there to the very tip top of the tank. Man, if only that picture was zoomed out a little bit. See, they didn't have a lot of space to the axis for the crane. It's up here. Yeah, see. It's only just a smidge higher than yeah. Okay. That's a concept picture. I don't know how that snuck in there. There's STS-1. Yeah, okay. thinking right around here would probably be adequate. Now, we can measure how tall that is off the pad deck by using these I-beams here. One of these I-beams is about 3 meters. So that's off the pad deck here. That's 6 meter. You just got to make sure there's overlap or else it doesn't measure it, right? 12, 24, 48. We're almost 45 exactly. Yeah. And keep in mind, this is the top of the building. The gantry crane's probably going to run right here at 42 meters. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, well, yeah, Denny, there you go. Thanks for the history lesson. I knew that. I just blanked. So that's 45. That's 42. Yeah, we'll make the crane ride at 42 meters. I'll put one of these here just as a reminder of where I want the crane to be riding. All right, so now what we do is we take these SRBs, and like I said, I like using these as structure reinforcement. That's an idea that, if you guys know NASA spaceflight, that's an idea that Das came up with. Yeah, Das from NSF, the guy that hosted the ESAR cast the other day. This is his idea. He called them Das conduits, using SRBs for structural reinforcement. Yep, that's his idea. Not a lot of people know that, if you're an NSF viewer. But once upon a time, Das was a Twitch streamer just like I was. Or it was M. What's your favorite shuttle? Challenger. Are you now? Is the Twitch streamer in the room with you now? Yes. Okay, so that's not going to exactly line up with our conduits, because this is where the ground is. That's where the crane needs to be riding. So what we can do, take this bad boy. Move it into that position, give or take. All right, let's rotate the entire structure to the vertical position. Yeah, all right. There's our ground height. So if we take these, and we grandparent strut them. Building it this way makes crossbars. See what I'm talking about? See the auto struts? They're making a cross, especially right here. See? It's like having a truss structure hold this together. But auto struts are invisible struts that they put in the game for game optimization, but you can only run them in a certain way. Even this one down here is making a gigantic crossbar. That's why it was important to build the crane that way. Sure, we're aligned. Okay, Center crane rung is on the center axis of the vehicle. It's just better for the hierarchy to be built that way. Does Das still stream on Twitch? No. Not very, it's very rare that he does that, Aurora. He's running NSF, dude. The shuttles have internal differences. There's a couple of little things here and there, Terminator. There's a big difference between Columbia and Challenger. You know, people ask me what's my favorite orbiter is. Challenger. Challenger is a way more capable shuttle than Columbia. Columbia is heavy. Columbia what? It still flies in my mind. Excuse me. Columbia was very heavy because it was the first shuttle. They overbuilt it on purpose because they weren't sure. With the shuttle, there was no way to test it uncrewed at the time. So because they were launching it with crew for the first time, they over-engineered everything. Their safety factor was high, as it should have been. If you're opting to do your testing that way, that's probably a good idea. Yeah, just food for thought. Challenger was much different. It was Challenger was built off of what they learned from building Columbia and flying Columbia. So it really was a lot lighter of an orbiter. So think of Challenger as shuttle version 1.1. Challenger is really what Challenger to the shuttle program is what Falcon 9 1.1 is to the Falcon program. Every subsequent version of Falcon 9 is based off of 1.1. They SpaceX very quickly abandoned the Falcon 9 1.0 architecture because it's not good. It's not good enough for reuse. Falcon 9 1.1 led to landing the first stages, and that led to, fast forward all the way to 2018, you get the first Block 5 booster, and that's what SpaceX has been flying since. Every subsequent piece of architecture is based off of the 1.1 design. Every subsequent shuttle is based off of Challenger's design, not Columbia. So Discovery, Atlantis, and Endeavour are based off of Challenger. Challenger is Genesis for the shuttle. Well, not Genesis. It's the upgraded version. Columbia's Genesis, but every subsequent shuttle design was based off of that. So everybody sits there and squabbles like, "What's your favorite? Discovery, Atlantis, or Endeavour?" None of them. Challenger. Challenger is my favorite because without Challenger, you can't have Discovery, Atlantis, and Endeavour. There you go. Yeah, exactly, Ethereal. It's a mixed bag, isn't it? All right, let's set the spacing on our crane rungs here. It's 6 meter spacing. Is that too close for the service tower? No, I think that's okay. All right.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Minion. 102-month resub. We should be 1 hour away from the call to stations. And we got a press conference happening soon. I think you didn't center the bottom I-beams. They're one tick too low. Bottom I-beams. This is just a measurement. Ignore that. Don't worry about that. Sorry, I meant at the top of the crane. Sorry. Nope. That's centered, dude. What I'm really wondering is if we need that big of a structure at this point. I'm not entirely sure we need that last rung. We'll keep it there, though, just to see. Yeah, I don't think we need the last rung. We don't need that. What we do need is one more rung of this crane going forward. But this last piece just have the orbiter tell the external tank she's pretty and then see what happens. It's not a bad idea. I changed my mind. We should have, this should be 5 rungs. Yeah, I changed my mind. The reason why is because at first I thought we'd be too far back. Like there's way too much space back here. We don't need a lot of space on the back of this vehicle, or the back of this crane. However, I made markers where I want my bridge crane to stick out to. See them right there? I would like the bridge crane to go that far out, but we don't. Okay, so this rung needs to be re-engineered to be the bridge crane part of it. So there's them doing a deluge test. That will get us there for the bridge crane part of this. Okay. Man, that's a big freaking building, dude. That's a lot bigger than I thought it was. I might adjust the spacing here. Yeah, we're gonna have to adjust the spacing a little bit. Dude, that's gonna look sick. That's gonna be awesome. I'm gonna adjust my spacing here. Where would I need this ideally? Hold on. Let me So I like having the center brace. We'll call these ribs, right? The center ribs I like being over the stack. But that's going to be a little bit of a weird thing to do with the asymmetry of this bridge crane. That's the problem. Not the problem. That's the thing I'm kind of running into here. I made a marker right here. That's what these panels are down here. I made a marker for where I want my bridge crane to be. Like we need to be able to extend this crane, the crane that goes over the shuttle stack, the one that's actually doing the stacking. It needs to be able to reach out here. The reason why is because I need to be able to roll stuff in, the orbiter, the external tank, the boosters. I need to roll them into this area, and then I need to attach one crane to the front, and then the other integration building that's going to be over here, I need to be able to attach that to the rear, so we could pick the thing up, right? Pick it up off the truck, and then turn it, and then move it into position. Right now, I do believe we are in the... I do believe we are in the right spot. Oh, no, we're not. No, we're not. We're not close at all. That's the spacing that we're going to need. But that spacing's going to throw it's going to throw everything else out of whack. I'm okay with doing the out of whack spacing. That'll help us spread the load better. If anything, it'll be stronger when we go to put stuff together on the pad. Yeah, okay. I gotta redo my spacing a little bit. It really should be more centered around these. So let's just put those there for a second and figure out what our meter spacing is. Actually, I'm gonna say get rid of the rungs. What would be a good way to do this? All right, get rid of those and get rid of those. Down here, turn the stack this way. Let's go here. Nope, not the Clydesdale. We don't need those. I think I set these markers with the designation that each building would be about 2 Clydesdale long, any unit but the metric system, right? That's where that crane needs to be. It needs to be on this axis. So from there, that should get us our center. That's where the center axis needs to be. Now what I got to do, I already got my height indicator, so I can take this bar that I've been using, and we can use it to measure the length of the crane here. And that should get us our relative spacing. Of course, it's not around, it's not, the length is not entirely divisible by 3, so. Of course. Love using I-beams to measure things. It's like one of my favorite measuring tools in this game, dudes. Not exactly aligned. There we go. Cool. All right, we got good alignment. Now we can use this to discern our spacing. How tall are we here? Actually, measuring length of one Clydesdale out should probably get us what we're looking for. Okay, you gotta always click it a little ways past, because that's the one viewpoint. All right, cool. All right, so 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. So, interesting thing here. The long I-beam is 3 meters. The short I-beam is 1.5. So if we do 1.5 there. So 3, 6, 9, 12. 12 plus 1.5 is 13.5. Let's test. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Good. We put the center line there because we're moving on a 10 centimeter increment. That's 14. 14, easily divisible by 7. Cool. All right, excellent. Cool, so 7 meters apart. Each rung should be 7 and not 6. We were close, but we didn't get it exactly right. So let's do this. Ready? So stack these two, center line it to make sure the bottom of the I-beam is lined up with our center line there. So that's 6 meters off of that. So all we got to do is take this and go 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And that right there gets us exactly where the next rung needs to be. There. And now, do the same thing one more time. Placed it upside down. Perfect. Okay. We can get rid of that. We can get rid of that. But keep that measurement right there. So now we got to do that for the other way. The other way on the crane. So go down here like this. Hey, just so you know, when are you starting up the coverage for Artemis? Met what time? I don't know. We have a press conference. There should be a press conference coming up soon, yes? It'll be soon, dude. Press conference is at 5. All right. Yeah, that's what I'll be. I want to pick up the press conferences. And guys, I don't think we need to go through the entire countdown sequence and stuff. Like, not that there's gonna be any streaming, right? It's the mission, guys. The mission is really what I want to be here for. I was thinking what would be kind of cool is to sleep when the astronauts sleep. Would anybody be interested in that? When do they sleep? Well, I have their whole schedule right here. What is this song? It's just one of my background songs, Rage Totem. Jeepers creepers. What am I getting myself into here? Thanks, Rage. EJ, you'd love to see me with creations coming up in Empyrean Galactic Survival. Yeah, maybe. They run on UTC, don't they? Doesn't seem like it, dude. Yeah, Jim. That's kind of what, dude. I got a ton of sleep this weekend. I purposefully went to bed at like 9 p.m. last night and woke up at 9 a.m. I'm bulking up on sleep, which I know good and well, guys, that's not really how that works. But I made sure I was very well rested. That's great, Grav. Bro, Grav, is it bad? Is it bad if I was running a defense company? I wouldn't. Everything would be local. If you want to take data out of my building, you're doing it with a floppy disk. Not even kidding. I would set up my IT that way because analog is your best hedge against data breach. Call me a little bit old-fashioned. If it works for the US military, I think it would work for us. Yep. They just have localized servers, frick connecting to the internet. Literally impossible the volumes of data they have to use, and any ingestion of data still puts the system at risk. That's what I'm saying. You're always going to have an opening doorway. Thumb drives maybe for moving around, but then again, you can just move it over the LAN. I would Yeah, vertical integration I think would be a hedge against security. Or hedge against data breach. The hedge for security. Just a thought. Wolfpack, 82-month resub.
Discovery, go and
What's up,
throttle up.
man? All right, let me get the last girder segment in place. Never mind, just got done working out and getting a writing session in. Right on, man. That's cool. And that right there is where the front of the bridge crane would be. And it lines up pretty perfectly. Good. 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 Now with this part, we're gonna need... Get rid of that. Get rid of that on that rung. And then what we need is something like this. 2x. You know what? Attach that first. And then go down there like that. And then we can get away with that. That's fine. Hey Taylor, how you doing, man? Fun weekend, fun Friday night, dude. That was a good time. Right, there's your MST, or at least the basis of your MST. Trade off, Scott. Okay, so how I want this set up is I'm going to need a fresh Clydesdale, or a kickback, excuse me. And then what I need is that Clydesdale to be cool. And then I need another one. Another one. Here. Like that. And there's the mobile service tower, at least the shell for it. Wowzers. That is going to be strong building. Doing good. Just enjoying your last few days before I head back. Maybe catch a game or two before I go. It's a blast. Yeah, man, for sure. Well, you're doing some space news tonight. Yes. Hopes of Artemis going? Yeah. I think we have a pretty good shot. I think they'll do it. We have a pretty good shot here. Okay, so what we need to do here for the crane itself now is build the bottom of the structure together. Just join. Are you Slick Sixing? Yes. Yes, I am. It's gonna look a little bit strange without all of its service gantries and stuff, but whatever. What are the shuttles SRB called? Shuttles SRBs called? In game, they're called Clydesdales. Hey Charles, what's going on? Okay, so the strut work that needs to go here as follows goes like this. Let me set my template. No, that's too big. So this is going to be the strut works that holds the bottom of the crane together. I always use a triangle, or I at least measure, to make sure that every strut is the same. Now it probably doesn't need those because it's coming down from that part, but I'm still going to do it just to make it look nice. It's only 4 extra parts doing that way. There. And I enjoy watching you building. I try to build, never turns out good. The builds are fun to watch. Thanks, man. Appreciate it, dude. Yeah, I'm trying to bring my A game here, guys. You remember, I know we're building a launch pad, and I know I have a reputation in the past of taking forever to build this stuff. I'm not doing that no more. We're getting this project. My expectation is not to spend 6 months doing this. If I can't get this done in like a month, then there's no point. Like, that means... But then again, with Artemis and stuff, maybe, you know, we can put a little bit of a... asterisk next to that. I'd say a month's worth of episodes. So, like, if we get up to, like, part 40 and we still don't have this thing running, then something's wrong. Then it's probably not worth it, or it's out of my skill level. The project would need to be resumed at a later date. Yeah, Chief, if I don't have this all working correctly soon, then... Like, I've proved out all the logic here. It's really just, there's just a couple of things with the integration here that is gonna take a second to figure out, but I have the vast majority of this stuff I know how to do. Like, it's already something that we can do. No, I'm not doing 100% KSP X-Wing. No, I said a month's worth of episodes. Yeah. Still scheduled for the 1st, man. Yep.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, I'll mix in other games, dudes. And obviously, like I said, our Artemis and stuff. Hey, Mutter, 127 months. Thanks, bud. This upcoming launch to the moon, it's like Apollo 8, dude. They are going to the moon, yes. They're flying by, just like Apollo 8 did. Any chance of working on the pillar? I don't know. I want to focus on the task at hand, please. Yeah, I don't know, dude. Maybe. Should have added these. Or I freaking put it all together. That's okay. So what's going to happen is when we go to pick stuff up, I retract the landing gear and the crane sits down. It sits down on the I-beams. Maybe it doesn't move. But if we're trying to, for instance, get it out of the way, right? Trying to get it out of the way because we want to launch, right? We raise the landing gear. And then if I have another vehicle, we have another vehicle that I can just actually push. You could push the thing and get it out of the way. Okay, Bree. I think for these, for the front and the back, I'm going to have to move them in just a little bit because the other crane has to be right there. Put it away, Ray. Put it away. Fasting day. I never positioned those absolute snap. Son of a... I do look to have lost some weight. Guys, at the beginning of the year, I was 276 pounds. I was 254 on the scales this morning. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm down. I'm down a lot, actually. Thank you. Yeah. "1067 is going for the 34th flight in an hour. Will you be able to cover it if you're not too busy?" Well, Flavia, I wanted to switch to the Artemis press conference, and it looks like the launch is in the middle of the press conference, so yeah, I'll be here. I want to focus on the task at hand, please. I'm using the triangle to make sure that I run the strut the same exact way every time. And if the length of the strut is parallel to hypotenuse, I know we're right. Come on. There we go.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Vanguard, 61 months. Thank you. Yeah, I like taking the time to make sure that the struts are nice and straight and perfectly placed. Like taking the second node on the strut and making sure it's straight. That's how I know that I placed that there. Because sometimes Kerbal is a little bit wacky about how it runs struts. And by a little bit wacky, I mean very.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Trojan, the grind to 100 continues. 85-month resub. Thanks, man. Man, that's a big crane. That's gonna, this launch complex is gonna be one of the crazier ones that we've made. And we don't need to triangulate front or rear. What we do need to do is triangulate sideways here. We do not need those. Those were for measurement. Yeah, I'm sorry guys, this is a little bit of the boring work, but I'm trying to get this done before for those press conferences here. For the press conference, for the launch. We'll see if it's big enough to make the 9950 X3D go. I haven't played a game that makes this processor unhappy. Yeah, Phil, that's my theory. Couple more struts to run here. What's today's conference about? I think it's just an update conference on the status of the mission. Pretty sure. Teams are basically about to get ready for their they're about to go to their stations to get ready to launch this thing, dude. Yeah, 48-hour countdown on Artemis. Okay. I thought I deleted it and my heart stopped for a second. Mint. Crews have to be on console in four minutes. There you go, Trey. That's what it is. All right. Let's see what this looks like. We're not going to do anything here. I just want to see. Thanks, Cadence. Yeah. Appreciate it. I just want to see them working next to each other and see how this all kind of jives here. It might blow up. It could blow up in our face. In fact, it probably will, but whatever. Team should be on the station. Countdown starts in T-minus 10 minutes. Gotta run struts for the bridge, part of the bridge crane. cool. I'm watching your stuff for a good while now, and stuff you make still surprises me. Hey, thanks, man. The way this is all, this whole front band is moving, it seems like there's a, seems like there's a fueled SRB up there. Yeah, we're gonna need, I'm gonna need to do another set of those diags right there. Hold that all in position. Just check. Yeah, I've been watching you since right before you enlisted. How long ago was that, Taylor? It is good, Doxy. I told you. Yeah, it's amazing, right? Oh, right before it's 2021. Damn, dude. Yeah, it's right on, man. A little over 5 years. What really blows my mind is that 2021 was 5 years ago. That's weird, man. Like, if you asked me in 2029, like, oh, what were you, 5 years ago? It's like, oh yeah, 5 years ago was 2014. That wasn't that long ago, right? 2021 though, you're 2026. You're like, oh, 5 years ago. 2021 was 5 years ago. Wait, what? Amazed. Fist my bump. Statement. 95's like, I've been watching this man for a decade. So what I'm looking for is rigidity. I don't need anything. So if you watch this L right here, take this L. Watch. See it bounce around when we undo. Time warp. Don't want that. Don't want that. 21-bo. 21-bo indeed. Here, let me undock this. Ready? Boop. All right, now it's time warp a couple times. Ready? Yep. It's just that. We just got to place a couple of diags right there. Hold that in position. And then if we put the gantry crane tracks somewhere up here. Yeah, somewhere in this area here. That'll make this thing really nice. Hey Sawyer, what's up, man? So, I know this building looks flimsy, right? But if I turn on auto struts, check this out. The reality of the situation is that she ain't flimsy. It's I made a whole truss segment system. That was why I was trying to make sure I built these SRBs in a very specific way. See the crossbars? That thing is absurdly strong. It's really, really strong. Because it needs to be strong when it lifts up stuff like that. Right? It's gotta be, she has to be strong. Very strong. Yes, very nice. Strong, nice and strong. Is anyone from NSF going to be at the press conference? If I had to put a guess on it, I would say that Max is going to be there, but I don't know. We will recover vehicle. Yes, recover. Very nice. Triangles. Triangles everywhere. Yeah, the reason why that needs to be built that way is because when we go to lift something, I can't have the system sag. If it sags, nothing will line up. Ask SpaceX about that with Pad 1. Yeah, don't want that. Strong like bull. There. That's it for me. Yes. Alex, how are you doing? For 6 months you no pay rent, so I no longer let you stay here. Okay. No, every month I give Josh hundreds of dollars to help pay rent. I love them so much. What press conference? Artemis update, Frowlin. They're getting ready. The launch campaign for Artemis has started. 50 hours out from T0. We're 50 hours out for a potential moon mission attempt. Pretty cool, huh? Oh man, those words just came out of my mouth. That's weird. That's weird. Clock is ticking at the press site. Yeah. Actually, yeah, they would have, yeah, we would have started it. Yeah. Yeah, we're already in. Where's the crane going to be attached? So 95, in previous designs, I attached the crane to the crossbar here. The fairing plate that I'm using for the track is going to be attached there and then go forward, and then it's strutted to every post. I found that works. As for the height, I want the crane to be basically right here, like right in this area here. Actually, yeah, right here would be probably. Have you seen the illustration from these 2 pages? Cool. ET processing and storage. Gee, I never really figured out where that building is supposed to be. Oh. Well, that explains that. Wait, launch control center? At the pad? Huh. Where? Over there? Alleviate, I had some great fun today. My daughter asking questions about the Artemis mission and why we're flying past the moon. Cool. Oh, hello. That's the building that we're trying to make. That's Delta 4 heavy, though. It's a flyby, Taylor. Yeah, flyby. Man. This whole row of stuff was built for the shuttle, huh? Damn. Wow. Vandenberg had a requirement to have several external tanks on hand in case for some reason the Panama Canal became unusable. An external tank checkout and storage facility was built, capable of supporting 4 tanks in storage and 1 in servicing. Several tanks were stored at the complex facility when the Air Force canceled the Vandenberg shuttle. They were eventually transported to Florida. The real question is, where the heck is that facility? Yeah, the boathouse, that's still there. That's how they move Falcon 9s up to Vandenberg nowadays. They use that pad at Point Arguello. Or Arguello, it would be the right way to say that. SpaceX uses the, oh, that's the one at Santa Barbara. Yeah. Yeah, Point Hunami. I'm not saying that right. I know I'm not. Oh, Aqualex, this is great, dude. Yeah, we know where the MDD was supposed to be. I have that picture. Dude, these renders are fantastic. Port Hueneme. That's it. Thanks, dog. Dude, they really... Man, it wasn't even the pad. They built everything. They built out everything. And yeah, the OMS processing facilities. They built everything, dude. Oh my goodness. How do you just not use that? What the hell is the matter with you? Oh my goodness. How do you not do that? That's so frustrating. Give me 1 second. The government, yeah, that's how. Dude, like, I knew they built out all the facilities, man, but to have... This puts more context into it, dude. Like, saving and deservicing station for the orbiter. Note that in the artist's description, the reaction control system with the thrusters at the front of the orbiter is being removed after flight. Yeah, I see that. An OMS processing facility. Hold up. I gotta... Hold up. Dude, I knew that Slick 6 and all the buildings around it, I knew that that was a thing. Like, they built all of this stuff over here. So I'm going to go ahead and guess that that's that external tank storage facility right there. They made the road go around it. And yes, that's the main processing area and 4 tank storage facility right there. It's got 4 doors on it. Pretty easy to tell. Okay. That's a new construction. That's not part of the original Slick 6 complex. There's the solid rocket motor refurbishment facility. Or and storage, well, not refurbishment, integration facility. You know that's for SRBs because of the train tracks. Fun fact, SpaceX uses that for Falcon 9 processing nowadays for their West Coast Falcon 9 fleet. There is an orbiter... I don't know if that's where the OPF would have been. I knew about all these buildings, and I knew about where the mate-demate device was. The MDD was over here. You could see it because there's a 747-shaped slab of concrete right there. See that? That's where the mate-demate device was going to be. What I didn't really realize is that this whole damn thing right there, basically from here all the way over to there, was all shuttle buildings. So, like, that was your processing facility. This is all built for OMS. The orbiter maneuvering system, pod processing. Like, do we have a picture of this from, like, 85? Yeah, look at all the freaking buildings, dude. Holy heck. Yeah, and it looks like they razzed most of them. Wow. I had no idea that basically this entire like little S curve of stuff was all stuff that was built for the shuttle, which is... I can't believe that, dude. What's Artemis 2, Lunprod? I don't know what that is. So like all this is all these buildings that are in this render here. Safing and deservicing station. Ohms pod maintenance facility. And to be very, very, very clear, I am not building all of this. Oh no, that's payload preparation facility. Would be constructed partially below ground and have 3 vertical bays for payloads. So that facility is still around. It's over here. Yeah, see? It's built into the side of the hill. That facility's still there. I'll give you 3 guesses what it does. Same damn thing. Shuttle was a complex system requiring many parts and support equipment. They required additional facilities. The NVAFB Central Supply Facility. The LCC is located far from the launch pad. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I haven't figured out where that facility is yet. That's the... Yeah. Shuttle's SRBs would be refurbished at Vandenberg, apparently being refilled with... What? It is an SRB refurbishment facility. Dude, they would have been fueling at They fueled SRBs on site. Oh, that's... There's 5 Starship Towers being worked on right now. So the reason why that's annoying is because throughout the entire shuttle program, they had to train in the damn SRBs from Utah. So Vandenberg would have had its own SRB fueling complex. So one of the things that made the shuttle program expensive for NASA is that when the SRBs, they flew the SRBs, they towed the SRBs back, and instead of refurbishing them on site, they took the empty casings and put them on a train back to freaking Utah, and they had to refuel them there, and then they brought them back. They had to take a train 2/3 of the way across the damn country to get fueled SRBs. How do you refuel it? You pour new propellant in. Oh, I did not know that. Oh. So that is this facility right here. And yeah, see the high bay in this building right there is for turning the casings vertical, because you have to turn the casings vertical to pour the propellant in. They have to be cast vertically. Rule 8 reasons for the SRBs moving across the entire country. Yeah, but that didn't seem to be a problem for the Air Force, which is bullcrap. The orbiter maintenance and checkout facility here, I know where that building is. That's back over at the runway. And yes, I'm going to cover the press conference in a moment. That's such bull. It's that facility right there. So you can see where they would have rolled the shuttle in. What's that one? The crew support facility built on the main base in the 1960s for the ML program would be renovated to support shuttle crews. A former MOL astronaut, Al Cruz, said that the MOL astronauts expected to live on regular base housing until just before launch, where they would move to the crew quarters, which had a handball court, of course, because many of the MOL astronauts played handball. He did not think the crew facility was finished when the MOL program was canceled. Artwork of the building from the late 1970s shows a large exercise room at one end. The building still exists today, but it's unknown what it's used for. That support wine and meat facility right there. That facility is still around. I just don't know what anybody used. I don't know what it's for.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yep. Parachute refurbishing. Oh, that's such bull crap. ET processing, we know about that. Where is the launch control facility, dude? Sorry, this is a little bit of a rabbit hole, dudes, but yeah. Holy crap, dude. That's the payload changeout. PCR, fixed service structure, entire complex. I sent you an image marking where the LCC is. It's on site? That's the launch control center. Oh, that's cool, man. Does it match the building's footprint? Hold on. Yep. Yes, it does. Yeah, how close is that launch facility? Hold on. How far are we away
Discovery,
from
go at throttle up.
site, like ground zero here? Dude, you're less than a quarter mile away. Oh, that would have been sick. Thanks, Trey. Yeah, you sent it too. Do you have the same picture? Yeah, you do. Holy crap. Yeah, the launch control center is built into the ground, guys, from that render. No, that's me. That's not really what I want. Yeah, it's built into the ground. Look at the elevation from the terrain cut. Oh, dude, that's cool. How thick were the walls? Well, man, that building is solid concrete from what I'm looking at here. It looks to be all concrete.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Look at the seams on the roof. There's no way that's a steel structure. Well, I don't know, maybe. Who knows? Great stream. Thanks, Gold Fever. Yeah. Still cool. That would have sounded awesome and had amazing views. It looks like the launch control center in this is facing away. So meaning everybody would have been facing towards the ocean. That sucks. Press conference stream is live. All right. Well, we got the structure for the gantry crane figured out, or at least one of them. I have to actually build the rest of it out, but we'll get there. But that's super cool, dude. Man, that's really neat. We'll build it. We'll build it. I'm not building out all those facilities, guys. Half of them I don't need to build out because we don't need to refurbish anything, but probably going to have to build an OPF at some point. But that's low on the line item list. Let's get an orbiter back before we build all that, huh? Okay. I'm going to switch us over to space news here. And we're going to go from there. On YouTube, I'm going to jog the VOD. When you get back, we'll get into space news and get into the Artemis press conference. So close. Artwork slides. Oh. All right. I'll be right back. That's going to do it for part 5. Sorry, that was a... Sometimes, guys, these things are... We have to do a lot of thinking. There's a lot of thinking streams, so it's a lot of thinking, a lot of talking. I guarantee you we'll get more into launches when this all works. So in part 6, I'll finish building the mobile service tower, and then we'll build out the shuttle assembly building. We'll build out the SAB from there. And, yeah. This should be cool. My concept of operations here is to get the assembly buildings to come together and click together and dock as one unit. And then we set them down. Actually, we should probably set one down, move the other one into position, and then have it slot into position and then dock. Yeah, and then the gantry cranes will operate as one contiguous unit, which will be very nice. But yeah, so that's coming ahead in part 6. Yeah, good stuff. I'll see you guys in a moment. NASA press conference coming right up. Thank you very much for watching. We'll be back in a second.